Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Psychology, Counseling, Behavioral Sciences, Social Sciences, Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development 2023, commemorating Psychology Day at United Nations 2023 and American Psychological Association Psychology Week 2023. Celebrations and commemorations, and also commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and create campaigns, and also commemorating India's G20 presidency in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Well-being, and all other collaborators for this international conference. We welcome you all. So before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So today, we are on the last day of 1 week international conference. And we are discussing about emerging and latest trends and issues and challenges in psychology daily since first day. And we are covering almost all the domains and various walks of our life where psychology has been impacting. Now let's look at a different aspect today regarding academia, trends and challenges in academia, and also partnerships across professions as an interdisciplinary approach, transdisciplinary approach, and also how the corporates are funding the investments in mental health, and how the psychologists are rebranding the field with more one-to-one approach. So more psychologists are exploring alternative careers out of academia, while students feeling overwhelmed and faculty feeling unsupported and overworked. Some psychologists are abandoning academia. Molly Metz, PhD and Assistant Teaching Professor of Psychology at the University of Toronto in Canada, worked tirelessly throughout the COVID-19 pandemic to adapt to the online learning and to support students who are struggling with COVID-related stresses. In June 2022, she took a few weeks off for the first time since the onset of the pandemic. But a few weeks doesn't compensate for 2 years of working beyond my limits, said Metz. Metz feel burnout, but admitting this to colleagues and leaders at the university feels risky because burnout in academic circles is often viewed as an acknowledgement of failure. And burnout is a systematic problem in universities with individual consequences, so the solution cannot be solely on the individual, Metz said. So conversations on these campuses and social media suggest that increasing number of graduate students and faculty are feeling similarly disenchanted by the academic career path and reevaluating whether their jobs are worth the high cost of their personal well-being. They are less willing to continue in the positions with oversized workloads, salaries that do not keep up with the inflation, and inflexible policies. In a national survey of more than 170 provosts, 48% reported that the faculty turnover was significantly higher or somewhat higher in 2022 compared with previous year, as per survey of college and university chief academic officers in 2022, inside higher education and Hanover Research. In the same survey, 83% of the provosts reported that they believe faculty at their institution would say they do not have the right resources and tools to feel supported, engaged, and connected. So membership in social media groups for professionals who are leaving higher education is swelling, including Facebook's The Professor Is Out group, which was formed in 2020, is growing daily and now has more than 26,000 members. So in case of Gabrielle Philip Crawford, PhD, her university's response to faculty concerns during pandemic showed her experience so much that she left her tenured position as an assistant professor of psychology. It felt like the work we were doing was not being seen or valued, she said. Faculty wanted to be included in the administration decisions and discussions about policies related to enrollment, curriculum, and salaries, but she felt that the faculty input was unwelcome. So in spring of 2022, she resigned after nearly 6 years at St. Catherine University at St. Paul, Minnesota, but she quickly confronted another problem. Being an academic is an identity, and it was a very isolating process to reconceptualize who I was, she said. There is a widespread perception that you only leave if you are not good enough to make it. And also to connect with others who are in similar situations, she started Recovering Academics, a private social media support group for helping interested in transitioning out of higher education. She now works as a research manager at Benefits Data Trust, a national nonprofit organization based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that is increasing access to health and food benefits for vulnerable populations. She helps to develop assessments and evaluations to test the effectiveness of the organization's programs. She enjoys the job and value placed on her work-life balance by her new employer. All employees stop receiving internal notifications after 6 p.m. are encouraged to take vacations and have opportunities to share input with their senior leaders. And for professors who are staying in their jobs, some are sharing that their experiences during the pandemic have changed the way they approach work. Dan Lecter, PhD, a professor of psychology at Texas A&M University, Texarkana, closed his research lab in fall 2022 because the administration was not addressing faculty concerns, such as low student graduation rates and plummeting faculty morale. I was exhausted and starting to lose a sense of meaning and purpose in my work. He said, I needed to cut back somewhere, and the lab was the only viable option because I needed to continue teaching. Then he had opened the lab in 2018 to help undergraduates learn to conduct research, but this work was voluntary and not required as part of his job. So Leighton's main source of stress during the pandemic was feeling ill-equipped to support students who approached him for help when they confronted difficulties. Many were low-income first-generation students who were struggling in class because family members were ill, childcare options were limited, and many had COVID. I could refer them to resources for mental health support, but I was not convinced that they were getting what they needed from the university. Leighton said, I felt a responsibility to pick up the slack. So to begin with the understanding of the mental health needs of the University of Colorado Boulder faculty, Rubber recently joined the University Center for Teaching and Learning as a fellow. She is developing a survey with colleagues at the center to assess faculty mental health and provide guidance for professors about how to support students who are experiencing mental health issues. So similarly, to reduce the risk of increasing faculty resignations and decreasing morale among those who stay in their jobs, psychology resources urge institutions and researchers urge institutions to question long-standing systems of doing work and business rather than defining the problem as a personal issue that employees are expected to resolve on their own. The causes of burnout are usually chronic job stressors, said researcher Christina Mans, PhD, a professor emeritus of psychology at the University of California, Berkeley. So according to the World Health Organization, occupational burnout is characterized by three dimensions: feeling of energy depletion or exhaustion, feeling of cynicism or detachment from the job, and a sense of ineffectiveness. Malch has found that people who report high levels of all three dimensions or high levels of cynicism in particular experience the greatest mismatch with their jobs in the areas that lead to engagement and well-being at work. As per Burnout Research, Volume 3, Number 4, 2016, the 6 areas of a work environment that support psychological health and job satisfaction are sustainable workload, sense of control, reward, positive feedback, supportive workplace, community, fairness, and values. The meaning of work. As per the Burnout Challenge, Managing People Relationships with Their Jobs by Harvard University Press, 2022. Although academics are voicing common themes in their ideas about how to improve the work environment, many agree that governance needs to include more faculty voices so that they can advocate for increased access to subsidized childcare on campus, affordable housing, and healthcare for graduate students, leave policies that are more flexible, and other changes. So envisioning and implementing changes will require time, money, collaboration, and persistence. But the cost of continuing the status quo is too high, said Metz, who is continuing in her role at the university. The number of amazing, skilled, and talented people we have leaving academia at all career stages is going on to be devastating to academic life and scientific development, she added. Research has shown that the people are more motivated, creative, and productive when their psychological and material needs are met. And it's time to be more responsive to the needs of the people in higher education, especially with educators and professors in academia. And psychologists are joining forces with other professions to tackle big societal problems, from child mental health to police violence. Partnerships across the professions accelerate the field progress. There is a power in numbers, said Amanda Clinton, MED PhD, Senior Director for the Office of International Affairs at American Psychological Association. There is power in voice. There is power in finding where we overlap and how we can share that. Clinton and her team has connections all over the globe. Psychologists fighting climate change, psychologists working with war refugees, psychologists trying to nurture professional development in countries where mental health is under-resourced. The key to tackling these big problems with international partners, Clinton said, is to avoid coming in as though the United States has all the answers. In fact, the value often flows from the less resourced countries to more resourced countries. If we want to have a really meaningful benefits for humanity, these kinds of interactions with other people outside of North America are going to provide us better insights into the challenges that humanity is facing, as quoted by Clinton. So, for example, the Office of the International Affairs had a long-standing relationship with the psychological scientists in Ukraine through the Global Psychology Alliance, a network of psychological associations from 70 different countries. When Russia forces invaded their country, Ukrainian psychologists were able to broadcast their needs. At first, APA provided resources from Division 19, Society for Military Psychology, for families separated by the military service, and then later supported for scientists with Ukraine trying to preserve their research in the middle of the war. Meanwhile, members of GPA from nearby countries had needs of their own. Psychologists in Romania, Poland, and Germany requested resources for multicultural education as refugees arrived at the borders, and colleagues from nations that have recently experienced war responded with their hard-earned expertise. But here, we need to understand the actual problem of this war started with NATO, that is with America itself. If US did not put the proposal of merging Ukraine into NATO forces, this couldn't have come. And this is not the first time that US has done such thing with many countries. Now, in the very first place, it has created a problem, and now it is trying to act as if it is trying to solve the problem. So these kind of things also psychologists need to be aware, especially when someone is trying to play the victim card, who themselves are the culprits of all the possible things that are happening. So we need to be very much conscious about all these aspects, where is the basic, what is the basic cause for all this conflict and war that triggered the war between two nations. Anyway, we will not get into much about those at this point of time due to time paucity. We'll discuss in coming days what has happened. And as funding cools, venture capitalists shift their investments in mental health. New funding is focusing on mental health apps for children and teens, as well as platforms that incorporate coaching and artificial intelligence. In 2020 and 2021, venture capital funding for mental health apps and related technologies was at an all-time high. The result of soaring mental health needs during the COVID-19 pandemic, a shift towards telehealth and reduced stigma around mental health services. As seen in Mental Health Meet Venture Capital in January 2022 monitor. Today, the pace has slowed, but investment remains robust. I don't think funders' excitement is necessarily cooling, but I think they are getting a bit more realistic in their expectations and more thoughtful about the value added of a given product, as quoted by Stephen M. Schuller, PhD, Associate Professor of Science and Informatics at the University of California, Irvine, and also Executive Director of One Mind Cyber Guide, a nonprofit consumer report-style website that evaluates the credibility, user experience, and transparency of digital mental health tools. In general, this means investors want to see more data on how an entrepreneur's app or other technology platform provides a return on investment, how it reduces symptoms, healthcare claims, and cost. For example, while expanding access to the care, said Paula Wilborn, PhD co-founder and Chief Science Officer at Silby, a behavior change and mental health coaching service, you didn't necessarily need to have that data when things were so frothy, inflated in venture capital speak 2 years ago. She said, but if you are going to survive, you have to have the data now. Although the area is still evolving, the trend towards greater discernment is good news for psychologists who want to get involved into this space, said psychologist Bryn Lord, PsyD, ABBP, founder and chief executive officer of Empathetic, a venture capital-backed startup that uses a range of artificial intelligence technologies to improve communication so it is delivered with greater empathy. With psychologist expertise in evidence-based treatments, data analysis, and clinical knowledge, they are in a perfect position to pitch solutions with a chance for success, she said. Psychologists are really adaptable, and we were generalists, she said. So it is much easier to teach us the business side of these ventures than it is to take someone cornering out of the business school and teach them the clinical side. That said, venture capital and technology remain areas that some psychologists are reluctant to enter, noted Nicole Owings, Foner, Director of Operations and Innovation in APS Office of Healthcare Innovation. But it's in their and consumers' interest to get involved, she said. If psychologists can take advantage of these technologies and use them to reach more patients rather than seeing them as a replacement for or competition with traditional therapy, it will benefit the public and field as a whole. While funders are becoming choosier in their investments, there are new areas of growth and innovation that investors see keen on supporting, Scheller noted. One area is apps and platforms geared to specific subpopulations, including youth, people of color and indigenous people, LGBTQI, individuals, and people with serious mental illness. The venture capital firm Telocity, for example, has been funding a burgeoning number of youth-focused apps and technologies, recently releasing a report on describing this booming landscape for those in developing or investing in these products. The report states by 2027, technologies and startup companies in youth mental health space will be worth $26 billion. In the past 4 years alone, investment has increased 15-fold. Investors and startup founders can meet insatiable market demand and a massive opportunity for youth wellness and mental health technologies. And Sibley's design highlights two other methods or trends that are currently shaping the market, partnering with employers and other payers using para-professional coaches to deliver services. Using artificial intelligence, finally, technology as a means of delivering mental health care is undoubtedly here to stay, said Scheller. So avoiding it means that psychologists are missing out on a huge growing aspect of care delivery. The most innovative platforms, he predicted, will take the best of technology and the best of traditional psychology practices and bring those together. So finally, psychology is thinking bigger as a growing number of psychological scientists and clinicians seek to rebrand the field. Experts are finding innovative new ways to reach more people and take a more preventive approach by shifting away from the perception of psychology as a practice of diagnosing and treating mental health disorders and broadening the lens of behavioral health. In February 2022, APS Governing Council of Representatives adopted a policy calling on psychologists to take a population health approach, working across within systems to improve health of entire communities, taking into account such factors as income, education, culture, and environment. We have been stuck for too long in this narrow idea that not only and the only way we can have a positive impact on people is through one-to-one psychological interventions, said Kenneth Dog, PhD, a professor of psychology and public policy at Duke University. This field is positioned to make a bigger impact on policy, on education, and so many areas of population health. He added, it's not that the days of psychotherapy are over, that's still there, but there is a broader contribution that we psychologists, both researchers and practitioners, can make. And it is also being rebranded as Brain Science. At the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, it was rechristened the Department of Psychology and Neuroscience. The University of California, Santa Barbara's former psychology department is now the Department of Psychological and Brain Sciences. At Louisiana State University, it's the Cognitive and Brain Sciences program. From coast to coast, universities are rebranding themselves to emphasize a connection to neuroscience and the brain. Indeed, psychology may be the field best positioned to translate findings from basic science into programs and policies that improve mental and physical health on a broad scale. If we were serious about promoting well-being and reducing mental illness on population scale, we can't ignore biology. Scheller said, but we have to center a public health approach along the way. So with this, we shall conclude this topic here, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. So we have with us Mr. Karthik S, Assistant Professor, Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Technology, Bengaluru, Karnataka, would be presenting on topic behavior analysis using artificial intelligence and machine learning. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Karthik, can you hear me? You have to be quick. Can you present it, or otherwise we will take it after this presentation? Okay, then we'll move on with the next presentation. And after this, we'll take it up. So next we have with us Professor Dr. Aparna Vajpayee. She is presently working as Associate Dean and Professor in SLM, PP Savani University, and she served in prestigious universities including Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, University of Geneva, Switzerland, Amity University, and Adamas University, and the preceding designation was Professor and Dean of Academics at Galgotias University, and she have achieved the award of Best Professor from ICBM AMP Hyderabad, and also accomplished more than 90 research papers in national, international journals, books, conferences with illustrious research work. And she holds postdoctoral from Banaras Hindu University and also University of Geneva, Switzerland. She will be presenting on an analysis of ballot behavior. We welcome you, ma'am. You can start your audio, video, and presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Still, I'm not able to show my video.
Can you try once again, ma'am?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. At first, I'm thanking you, sir, for providing a platform where we all psychologists can make some presentation. So thank you so much, sir, on behalf of all of us. It's really great initiative you are taking to help us by giving the platform like this. So far as concerned to my today presentation, it is about the ballot behavior. So I'm going to talk about electoral behavior or ballot behavior. But ballot behavior is also known as electoral behavior, involves understanding the factor and reason which are influencing voting patterns. To interpret voting behavior, both political science and psychology experts have made their efforts. In this paper, I'm going to share mainly the aspects of psychology which are inside the mind and play a determinant role for the voting. If I'm talking about the determinants of voting behavior in India, I'm mainly going to talk about 5 main points. The voting behavior in India is being described or decided often by need of belonging, perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness. Voters' involvement with political ideology and thoughts are playing important role in that. And then voters' attitude towards voting. Voters' confidence of their decision is another factor which is playing important role. When it comes to the belonging, often how the belonging is described or determined is related with the feeling thermometer. And the parties which are able to come out with their agendas to touch the feeling of common man, they are more successful in transforming the voters' behavior towards them. And for that, we also need to go into the little background of the human mind before describing that. Whatever the information, as per the psychology, is received by the human being, it comes as a basic information with the basic functions of some sense organs, whichsoever is receiving the information, then that information get converted into feeling. And when we appraise the information, it becomes the part of thinking. And how we appraise is often going to become a determinantal factor in deciding the voting in favor or against of a political party. So a lot of psychological aspects are related with that. And the parties which are arousing emotions very strongly, there is one organ in human brain which is known as amygdala, is playing a very crucial role by involving people into emotions to behave more in place of a logical thinking to decide. So this is one very important factor, how a political party is arising the agendas related with the feeling, and the political party which is more close to the feeling of people is more useful, I may say, or more powerful in determining the voting behavior towards them. And the organ which is playing important role is known here as amygdala. Amygdala is the part of the brain which is arousing emotionally a person to feel the emotion, to analyze the information, and link himself or herself with the emotions. And if agendas or propagandas of a party are associating the information with the emotions, then obviously that amygdala hijack play a big role in determining the voting behavior, and we give votes based on emotion, not based on critical information related with the party or candidate. Another aspect is sense of belongingness. If we see for a long time, a sense of belongingness was in public was more associated with the Congress party. And it was a major barrier for other parties to come into the existence. But the charismatic leadership, I may say, which has changed the scenario of country's leadership, and the transaction has have come out, and they have tried at first to break the belongingness of individuals in various parties, and the symbols with which they were having the belongingness were often being devoted towards themselves. And thus, if you see in this picture, the representation of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is now more associated with BJP. In the same way, other tricks have been used to take both kind of leaders, whether they are representing the two very controversial, or I may say very extreme ends of thoughts, Gandhiji and Godse, both have been praised in order to involve all the people. Other belongingness, if I talk about, is mainly related with the caste, creed, religion, language we talk. And if you see that the people are having affinity with their language, with their culture, and the person who is more close to their culture, representing their culture, are helping them to align with their culture, people are more voting for that. So it's another strong reason for the voters to be loyal from one party. But the loyalty can also be breaked, which has happened in India in 2014, where the loyalty was shifted from one party to another party by changing the symbols of belongingness with the larger population. Another aspect which if I'll take about the emotions of behavior, then related with the voting behavior, the other aspects related with emotions are insecurity, happiness, newness, and fearfulness. Insecurities, the feeling of insecurity that if they will not vote for a particular party where they exist, where they will lose their identity, will they not be able to have right proportionate representation, is another important behavior in shaping the ballot. And the party who are able to convey their message that they are the party who are going to remove the insecurities among people are more successful as compared to the people who are not promising like that. Another thing is happiness. Happiness is always related with the dopamine release and the sense of happiness to enjoy, to feel, associate the person with a belongingness, with some agendas. And if it is related with that, then voting towards that party is very high. If one can remember the election of 2014, the slogan was "Achhe din aane wale hai," and the orientation was towards the imagine the good days in life, or perceiving the good days are about to come in life, have played a very important role to divert the voting in favor of one party. Another thing is newness. Anti-convincing factor is always a big factor. And in some state, if you'll see, parties keep on changing politics or parties very frequently because they always want to check with the newness, the performance of the parties, and they keep on changing. Rajasthan is big example of these kind of changes in political behavior or ballot behavior. Then fearfulness. What if I'll not choose a particular party? Am I going to lose my identity? Am I going to lose my cultural or ethnic sensitivity with which I know myself? If it is also aroused, then voting, it is shaping voting behavior in a very, to a very extent to come out as a decisive factor. So these are few factors related with the emotions of people linked to vote for a particular party. Then other factors, if I talk about, then role of media. Media is playing a big importance, and if it is very necessary to make people literate with the various aspects of media, yet it is very difficult. Often people don't know. The people in media who are whether they are in print media or in social media, with what sense or with what motive they are communicating the messages. And they know all their tricks to communicate the message, to influence the mob, and often even the fake news being conveyed by them is having a very important role in shaping the mind of behavior. I'm taking here one example. This is one Daily Mail, where the news was that 4,000 foreign murderers and rapists we can't throw out. The Home Office did publish a report which states that there were 3,980 foreign nationals in UK subjected to deportation action. Some of these will have committed murder or rapes, but most had committed other crimes. The government said that they were continuing to pursue these criminals in all these cases. Removal was often difficult, and there was insufficient evidence of nationality and identity to obtain a travel document, ongoing legal challenges, and the situation in countries of return. So it has come as a front news and have shaped the mind of people. Next day, they apologize for the wrong information, but you can see here how they apologize. When they have tried to attract the people with the negative information, they put the heading in the front page and made a good presentation in the newspaper. And next day, the news was incorrect. So they have made the correction in classification in 4th page. I can say in the end of the 4th page. Do you think that newspapers should be forced to give more prominence to their clarification or correction? But what is happening usually, people don't check the fourth page with that small column. Even in that fourth page, if you see, the correction is done with two other news. That means on only one or two lines, they have just made the apology of correction, of clarification of the news, and they have made major picture a day before with the wrong news. So this is one case which is often shaping the behavior. Another case I would like to take is the case study of UK IP leader Nigel Farage, was named as a Briton of the Year by Times newspaper at the end of 2014. And even in this, the wrong information was spread, and it was difficult for people to decide what information at last they should keep in their mind to vote in favor or in against of a party. So if that's what I mean to say, that print media or social media are playing a big important role. And even if information is conveyed to them in wrong manner, the decision is often made by people with that only, because the way of presenting information is often very critical to decide. Then another factor related to determinants of voting behavior or ballot behavior is the role of propaganda. How much you are able to attract people with your propaganda. The great election tamasha, I may say, the unreal election. And in that, there are a number of things are being made. Continuous representation in TV or channels or in newspaper and various media, which are exposing the party with their facts, whether correct or not. The party which is more able to reach people with that often have better attraction from people to get vote. So that propaganda is having huge importance. In that agenda, often parties are also using referent power. In that, there are many kinds of referent power. Referent power like players, heroines. So they are being used because they are having a fan followership, and that fan followership of those characters often help to convert the vote in favor of the party. People don't take decision oftenly based on developmental level, regional level, or with other party decisions or agendas. Often these fan followership is shaping the behavior in large context. In this picture, I have shown many heroines, and in 2014, this Ravi Kishan has participated in election from the side of Congress, lost the election. But in 2019, he has again tried his luck in favor of BJP and won the election. And BJP has also given him the ticket, not because of any of his ability to work for people, but to see his popularity among the Bhojpuri belt of UP and Bihar to convert the vote in their favor. In the same way, Deepika Padukone was used by Congress. Congress has also used long before Amitabh Bachchan in favor of Rajiv Gandhi, when Rajiv Gandhi was new to politics, from Allahabad constituency to attract the voters to vote in favor of Congress. In the same way, Mithun Chakravarti, another actor and actresses I have shown, who are playing important role. And people don't decide often, they just assimilate their likeliness with these heroines, or sometimes even the sports people. Gautam Gambhir from Delhi is another example as a sportsman. So just because people like them with their some of other role, they vote for them by to a certain party, to a particular party, because at that time they are representing that party. So often logics to vote is again missing in ballot behavior. Then psychology of gender. Psychology of gender says often opposite gender is being attracted, but even in opposite gender or gender statistics, for the long time in India, the voting of women was decided by men member of the family. But if you see the voting of 2014 and 2019, in some of the communities, women voters have given vote to other parties as compared to the men voters. So that changes are also coming and shaping the voting behavior. Then how much is the vulnerability of fake news being spread by the various parties during election? If we see, the graph is increasing. Level of public misinformation is increasing from 1980 to 2020. And that's continuously improving, in fact, because people know that misinformation is also shaping behavior. It takes time people to remove the misinformation from their mind and to accept a new right information. And that is often playing a very critical role, I may say, or very judgmental role in getting a percentage of voting. And it's increasing, it's continuously increasing. And I can remember the election, I think it was 1989, when the Bofors agenda was taken by the Vishwanath Pratap Singh against the Congress party. Yet there was no court decision in favor or in against of the Bofors scandal, but it has shaped the mind of people against Congress party that they have lost, Congress has lost their lost the ruling in India in 89. Along with this, the punchlines shared by the party members and how they advertise is also having a huge importance in shaping the behavior. Psychology of opposition. If you see the psychology of opposition from last 2 assembly elections, oppositions are not able to attract the people to reach back into the power. And the major reason, I may say, they don't have powerful agenda to attack against the ruling party. Even their punchline is Modi Mukt Bharat. And if you see the criticism with which they want to come back into the power, is again often describing or highlighting Modi only. Modi ki roti, Modi ka chashma, Modi ki maa, Modi ki patni, Modi ka kurta, Modi ki foreign trips, and Modi ka 3 baar kapde badalna. Like that, there are many things in which they are trying to target the ruling party by advertising one man only, which is again indirect advertising and helping the ruling party to gain vote. If I see on the other side, the charismatic leadership is obviously helping the ruling party to get more vote. And second factor is that the leader is never taking name of the person in response to highlight any one of them to be a big opposition, to highlight them as a big opposition against them. Whether it is Rahul Gandhi, Mamata Gandhi, or any other leader, if you see the style of leader, he is always talking about, so far as concerned to Rahul Gandhi, that Shahzada, Rajkumar, and then he is, by doing that, often he is alienating him from the touch of common man of people, and he is linking himself more with the common man. Or the another big moment, Chaukidar Chor hai. Again, he has taken it in a very nice manner and have shaped the voting in favor of him in place of in against of him. Another, if I talk about the public opinion poll, there is a big change which has took place in India. Often opinion polls are not coming out with the very good picture, because this is a kind of assumptions among the people. They don't want to share to which party they are going to vote with the media. They always keep it secret, and that is going to make public opinion poll in a very critical stage to come out with the fact. And often it is big reason because of which opinion polls are not effective to say which party is going to come out as a winning party. And it's because of that, they are thinking that's a secret right which they can keep secret to take advantage as much. And researches are there related to that, which are very interesting. Another important thing is, if you label someone, such as somebody is labeled as bad, often that is creating a negative impact for long to overcome. And that is another big factor in politics. And labeling is playing an important, crucial role. And the labeling, in this slide, I have tried to show the labeling. So labeling of a Yogi as bulldozer man, bulldozer Baba, Modi as Modi Chaiwala, and Rahul Gandhi as Pappu, and then labeling Mayawati with Noto Ka Haar. That all has a very big importance in perceiving the people. And so far as concerned to the image of Rahul Gandhi with this labeling, people don't take him seriously. If you see in social media, and number of jokes are shared and created with his name, and people are enjoying that. Nobody is checking the truthfulness behind the message. They just go with that and enjoy. And that labeling is playing very poor role against him, or I can say it's a very strong factor against him in losing his touch with people, are allowing people to accept him as a serious leader. In the same way, if you see the other leaders, they have tried to link themselves very effectively with the help of their images of common men to relate themselves. Even the bulldozer Baba, he has been able to get selected again from the UP, because this bulldozer is representing the discipline to control the criminals in Uttar Pradesh, and that has helped him. So labeling is another factor which is making a big role, whether it is positive or negative. If it's positive, people are going to have big advantage out of that. If it is negative, they are losing. And in this picture, the Mayawati with a number of notes, it has also played a very negative role against her, because she was the leader who was representing the lower section of the society. And with this kinds of behavior, she has lost the confidence of lower section of society, as she is representing them, or she is one of them. On the other hand, the positive labeling, as the person is using the symbol of various, Modi is using symbol of various cultures with the caps and dresses, is one good effort to assimilate himself with the culture whichever he is interacting or trying to interact with. In fact, his one of the picture in which he was with Assamai Gamcha has played big role in attracting the people of Assam as is one related with them or is one who having affinity with them. So labeling is playing a big role in determining the voting or ballot behavior. Then there are other motives as well. Intrinsic and extrinsic. All other motives, when I was telling the intrinsic factors which are having role inside the mind of people. But there are extrinsic factors as well. People, leaders are also trying to attract the ballot behavior with some greed factor, which is also a very important, in which freebies policies are also playing a big role. The election of Delhi, with the promises of freebies, has really shaped the voters to vote in their favor. Yet the same policy of freebies of the party was not effective in other places of the India, such as in Gujarat. If I talk about, Aam Aadmi Party has given assurance of free bijli and free water facilities to the people, but the people they reject. They have not liked this freebies for their state. And if you see, it is having in long run a very negative role in favor of people development and in favor of the democracy, because the behavior is being shared with some grace, not based on the policy or the rules or the agendas with which the party has come out in front of the people. So this is another big factor shaping the voting behavior. Then role of cognitive biases. What if a percentage of population is having similar likeliness or similar dislikeliness for two parties? What is happening? Then it is creating a kind of cognitive bias. A person is having equal likeliness for two parties. For one party, it can be because of the candidate is from their religion, for their caste, another party, the agendas of another party. But the theory of cognitive biases is saying that often the party which are having more dominant importance in touching the feelings of the people are able to polarize people in their favor. So in case of cognitive biases, the polarization tricks are playing important role in diverting the behavior. So the parties which are more frequent in advertising them, are they having more powerful propaganda in favor of them, often are able to convert cognitive bias candidates in their favor. Yet the provision of nota is there, but in large context, the cognitive biases often get removed with a certain choice. Then recency and primacy effect. Often you all might have seen that just before the voting day, often there are very big rallies or public address by popular leader of that party in that region. Why it is so? All parties are trying to be very live, or they are trying to fascinate the people just before the voting a ballot day, voting by attracting people in their favor, and that is converting the voting in their favor. And psychology is saying the regency and primacy effect. The regency, I'm saying here, the recent experience with which person get affected is often shaping the behavior more in favor. So the party which is having more primacy impact is supposed to get more vote, and that primacy is shaping the voting behavior. Another factor is the consensusness. then there is a big number of, big proportion of people and who are indecisive. They try to see who is going to vote for which party, and they are not deciding their decision based on their judgment. They always try to go with the group they belongs to. So consensusness with the group is another factor which is shaping the behavior. And when they find a big number of people are the group they belongs to is going to vote for A party, then they also vote for A party. If they go for B party, then they also go for B party. So polarization is often with the consensus of the people they belongs to, or with the sentiments are often related with the crowd behavior, I may say. So where the crowd is going, there are a number of people in every society, they follow that crowd behavior, and which is ultimately converting in big polarization in favor of a party, which is able to attract a majority of people in their favor. So if you think that the agendas of party, the character of the party leader or the candidate from the constituency is playing a major role, often it's not the major factor. In fact, the other factors behind them are playing more important role inside the mind of people to determine ballot behavior. And thus, it is very important to literate people that what media is saying, what misinformation or fake information is often being shared by the social media. And the data is that 87% of the population often simply accept the information being shared by the social media. Even people are not checking whether it is right or wrong. They simply trust, they simply have a kind of orientation of thought with the information they get interacted with. Only 13% is having doubt. And out of that 13%, it is only 6% population which is checking that information is correct or incorrect. So it's only 6% out of 100 which are rechecking the information. Otherwise, they simply shape their behavior as they are being served by the social media. So it is very necessary, if we want a democracy in right manner to exist in a place, then we need to literate people with all these factors to shape or to decide their voting before going for vote. With this, I'm ending my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well presented. Actually, we need to diversify ourselves as a psychologist into various fields. That is very much limited. We have limited ourselves to very few fields. It's a very good attempt, so that we can also nowadays more and more, political parties are also recruiting psychologists, social workers for various campaigns and for their analysis. And it's a good attempt. It will also provide more opportunities for us to do research, conduct research, and also find new avenues of employment. So participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself and you can ask, or you can raise your hand. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening to all. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to raise my voice my opinion. Ma'am, I've heard you many times in this forum, but today's presentation is really excellent. I really learned a lot of things. This is new topic to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Actually, more of learning, ma'am. I learned a lot of things in this presentation. Your PPT is excellent. I learned a lot of information and I jotted down a lot of points. I've heard you many times, but today's in fabulous session, ma'am. God bless you.
Thank you.
All the
Thank
best
you so
for
much.
all the best for the next session, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Anyone else would like to share? You can use chat box or raise your hand or unmute yourself. There are appreciation messages in chat box. Wonderful session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Insightful session. Lot of appreciations are coming up in chat box. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us and sharing your valuable insights with us.
Thank you.
wish you all the success in your future endeavors as well.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on to our next session. We have Ms. Swati Devnani, research scholar in PhD. Research scholar pursuing PhD in psychology from P.P. Savani University, Surat, Gujarat, India. She would be presenting on nomophobia and its impact on adolescents post-COVID. You can unmute yourself, start your video, ma'am, and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
But
thank you.
we can't see you.
Okay, sir. Good evening. My topic for today is nomophobia and its impact on adolescents post-COVID-19. So nomophobia is a term used for no mobile phone phobia.
Swati, can you switch on your video? It is mandatory, already mentioned in the instructions.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have done it already.
But we can't see your video. You are showing some background, not your video. You are using virtual background. You are not using your camera.
Okay, sir, just give me a minute. Sir, is it visible now?
No, ma, it's still showing virtual background. You can select different, instead of choosing virtual background, you can direct select your camera in the settings. No?
Yes, sir, I have done that, but I don't know why is it not visible. So can I try after some time?
What's the time now? 6:30. Okay. You can just log off and log in and try. We will invite another speaker for the time.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So Nityashri or Karthik, are you available for presentation?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Yes, sir. Karthik, sir. Karthik. Yes.
You can start your video and also your presentation. You introduce yourself. What happened, ma? For joining, you should check whether all the settings are working fine or not. And then we'll move on. You can use any other device if that device is not working. You can use mobile, or you can also use other laptop or desktop or anyone else, or your parents or friends' mobile also.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it
Your voice is
my
breaking, ma.
PPT available, sir?
We can see your
Breaking,
PPT.
sir. How about now, sir?
Now it's fine. You need to switch on
How
your
about my
camera.
voice, sir?
Yeah, fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uh, huh.
You need to switch on your
Good
camera.
evening, everyone. I will camera. Okay, sir. Camera switch on, madam. Camera.
Because you are presenter now, we need to have evidence that you only present.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Because you are coming first time, na? Those who are, we already know, that's fine. But
Yes, sir. Sir. Sir, is it?
no, it's showing
it-
on floor, not you. You can adjust your camera accordingly.
Visible, sir, now? What now, sir?
Now it's fine.
Adjust, sir. Okay. So, and right now, shall I start presenting, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Intelligence and Machine Learning.
Your voice is breaking. Now you can connect to better network. Or you can move yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How about now, sir? Hello?
Yeah, now
sir?
it's fine.
Yes, sir. Then I'll start with that. Okay. So if we look into behavioral analysis, here we are looking into ADHD disorder in child. So ADHD disorder is a neurodevelopment disorder in a child which affects an interaction as well as it affects an interaction. It affects an interaction as well as behavioral analysis. So the child is not able to concentrate on how it is concentrate or pay attention to the similarities and to the day-to-day work. So it happens due to abnormal brain development, and it also due to brain injuries which occurs during birth or due to family genetics. So because of which the child undergoes into ADHD disorder. It goes up to adulthood as well as in adolescence age. So some of the symptoms which we can look is inappropriate in child is inappropriate laughing, giggling, and there will be no sensitivity in the pain for the child, and the sensitivity of the pain will be very less, and the child will not be able to make eye contact properly, one-to-one eye contact. They will be very shy, and there won't be any proper response to the sound. The child will stay at the same place, and the response will be very less, negligible, and he or she may not be able to express their gestures, and the interaction will be interaction with others also will be very less. So these are some of the symptoms which which we have come across in ADHD kids. So in order to the diagnosis of ADHD is a very big challenge nowadays. ADHD kids, we can find in the population we can find more number of children of this kind. So proper attention as an academician, as a teacher, we have to look into the symptoms so that we can make the children into proper learning, behavioral analysis. Along with normal children, we can make them to get along with the students so that they can mingle with the students and mingle with other children of their age, and they can progress in their life. So the proposed model over here is using artificial convolution network. We are trying to get all the behavioral analysis of the child. So using the behavioral analysis, what about the age, about the characteristics, behavioral characteristics, how a child behaves, about all those data sets we have taken, and those data sets, using those data sets, the data sets initially will be normalized. So that processing, we call it processing. And after processing the data, we will apply algorithms of machine learning as well as convolution neural network. Using those, we will evaluate whether the child is ADHD or non-ADHD. Because of which the diagnosis can be started. So rather than giving any medications, initially if we give some therapy, telling to parents like to pay attention to the kids, and with the help of their surrounding, their neighbors, child will cope up with behaviors which is inappropriate. So those behaviors can be negligalized. So the methodology used is data pre-processing. The second is training and testing model. The third is convolution neural network. Fourth is k-nearest neighbor algorithm. The fourth is artificial neural network. So in data processing, we take data sets, we normalize the data sets, and we make it 20 to 80% of the data sets. We will be normalizing. Those data sets will be trained and it will be tested along with the weights. With those weights, we will check whether it reaches to the threshold by using k-nearest neighbor algorithm, and by using artificial neural network, we'll come to conclusion that whether the given child, the child whomsoever we are considering is coming under ADHD or a normal child. So using those results, these methods, the results and conclusion which we have come across is by using convolution neural network and with the existing methodologies like SVM as well as machine learning techniques, and with the other techniques, convolution neural network, we have approached, this is the first set we have done, and we are still in the verge of using more implementation on the techniques. This is one part of our work. So using whatever we have done by using convolution neural network, we have used MATLAB for that. We have obtained the result by using convolution neural network algorithm. We can obtain better results, as well as the diagnosis can be started to the child. So these are some of my reference paper which I have taken. With this, I would like to thank all the organizers who have allowed us to present the paper. To present paper with this concept. I would like to thank everyone. Thank you, sir. So question, sir?
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, how this actual, AI or machine learning
Yes, sir.
has played a role
Yes,
in
sir.
behavior analysis? Can you summarize in
Yes, sir.
just a minute?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, in our paper, what we have done is we have taken a data sets of the children from clinic. We have taken the data sets of the children. Actually, we have a child in our house itself. So he has ADHD. So with that, we are sending him to school also. So contacting that school, I've got some data sets, and from the clinic we have got data sets, and from Kaggle UCF I've got some data sets. So those data sets we have normalized, because even we were not knowing how to get to know how whether a child is suffering from ADHD. So some of the schools also denied getting him permission. So what I felt is diagnosis is better, because even we will not be knowing. So the child also will be losing that age bar. I mean that he will be he or she will be lagging behind. So if we come to know that what are the precautions need to be done, how a child can be taken care. So for that we have taken this in with respect to the data sets, like the mood swings of the child, how is he able to concentrate, why is he not paying attention, and the food intake, what are the types of food he is taking, and how the mood deviates, whether the concentration is not going, whether he is susceptible to the sound, is he getting irritated, if the child is getting irritated to the noises, and any agitation which takes place in his brain. So these are some of the parameters which we have considered. Whether it's the age group is also taken into consideration. Using those data sets, artificial intelligence, we are taking a neural network concept, like it's a in the brain we have neurons. So similarly, in artificial intelligence we have a neural network concept. So each layers will be having deep analysis, like number of layers which will be convolved one to another, it will be connected. So how these works is depending on the input. Those input we call it as weights, WI, and using WI, whatever the input signal it is provided, like the brain will be getting stimulated with signals. So if that signals along with the weight inputs, whatever we are taken, the brain will be having its signal, and the input which we are giving, it will be convolved. So with the convolved, what the signals using deep neural networks, it also depends on the weight. So you will be having n number of layers. So how many number of layers we are taking, it is similar to the brain neurons itself. So those neural network, that would be computed and the output would be given. So that computed output, we call it as artificial intelligence. Whatever input we are getting, what would be the output. Whereas in machine learning, we are training the model. We are training like the behaviors. If this is the behavior we are achieving from the output, the child is giving this output. He's behaving in this fashion. If I scold him, the way he gets irritated, he gets agitated. So those are some of the parameters. What are the noise he gets? He's not able to give any eye contact. The noises he makes. So those are some of the parameters which we have considered depending on the age group, how the child behaves. So those parameters, we are training the module. If the threshold reaches more than this, more than say 5, so we'll be considering it as it is ADHD. If it is lesser than that, then it is a normal child. So this is one such technique which we started so there are furthermore, but we have started with this, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, good initiative, ma. Is your child diagnosed with
Yeah.
ADHD?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, are you conducting this research on any other children with ADHD?
No, only ADHD. Since we have a child in our house, so since we take care of the child, so we have come across, and we take him to school also, like for different therapy schools, the teacher, the therapist who has said like social behavior therapist, and how to get memorization from maths, because he's quite logic analysis is quite less because of not development of the brain, frontal lobe. So they have said that apart from medications, if we take them, he will cope up. So we are doing that also, sir.
Just, I wanted to know if
Yes.
there's any cross-validation that is being happening.
Okay, sir. No, sir, with the other, with whatever we have got from this thing, we are not using anything extra. Like, this is one such approach which we have come across. So with all these algorithms. Hello, sir.
Yes, ma. Your voice is breaking, but
How about now, sir?
yeah. Okay.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma. You can contact me. Just share your research. We'll also see
Yes, sir.
how we can take it forward so that it is useful for other children as well.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Right.
Since we are academicians, so we felt like people need to, it should help, sir. That's it. Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Whatever I have, Hello? Hello, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Or you can do one thing. Mama.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Which place you are from?
Bengaluru, sir. Bangalore.
Okay.
Karnataka.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, have you ever visited this Brahma Kumari Center nearby any center?
Actually, not the center, sir, but we usually listen to the video of Brahma Kumari. So at 10 o'clock, we get in Asha channel. So I and my brother, we listen to that, sir, Brahma Kumari's video. Yes, sir. But personally, we have not visited. But we listen before going to the bed. We do it and we listen to it, sir.
Because this Brahma Kumaris, we have in
yes, sir.
Research center as well in different domains. So what we can do now, just
sir.
contact them, whichever is nearest center. So you can contact them, as a team. They can also help you, and you can also contribute in the research. So you will also get some support.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you do share your research with me. I will also
Yes.
broadcast
Oh,
every.
yes, sir. I will definitely do it, sir.
Okay, ma. Congratulations. For your
Okay, sir.
presentation. You are doing a wonderful job, and especially, uh,
Yes,
as a mother, I can understand, I can empathize with you, and that's why
yes,
you are putting, a genuine efforts to really do trying to do some good work, good research work. So we are with you.
yes, sir.
In
Thank you,
whatever
sir.
way we will definitely support you in the research.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, sir. I will definitely share my content, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mary, you
Okay, sir.
can unmute yourself, and any others, if you have any queries, feel free to share or ask. So this is very much needed innovation, in the disabilities. We need to have more and more technology coming in so that they can help and assist, the special and gifted children.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
So Nityashri, sir. My name is.
Good evening. Good evening to all. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation to express my opinion.
Nityashri, sir.
Actually, ma'am, I am from Bangalore. Actually, I saw this ADHD lot in Niman's child psychiatry. Child psychiatry, I've seen this cases, and plus in Spastic Society of Karnataka, Indranagar. They are very good in handwriting. They write very well. And a lot of writing skills is implicated in them, and their concentration towards this playing games. I've seen that in Spastic Society, Government of Karnataka, where all these mild moderated retarded children are there. No, madam, there these people are there. So your topic really went back to my memories of Spastic Society, where I did my MSW field work. Congratulations on your work, and a very good effort for your child. Anytime you need any help, you can contact me, madam. Thank you very much, madam, for the wonderful session.
Yeah, Mary is also from Bangalore, Nitya. You can also contact her, or I will share when you contact me. I will share her contact number as well, so you can reach out to her. And anyone else would like to share? Someone raised a hand before. Shilpa, yeah, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Actually, good evening, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to express. I have some doubts related to this particular child. So I wanted to ask the mother. I think her name is Nityashri, right? Miss Nityashri, are you there? So actually, she's having a network issue. So
Yeah, you can put your question, ma. Then she will unmute and answer.
yeah, that will be better because I don't think she's in range right now. I'll send you the question, sir.
No, you can say, ma, your question.
Okay. So I wanted to ask, like, whether this study has been done only on a single child, or are there any more age group children involved? And secondly, I wanted to know whether she has used any traditional approach for her child, because since an ADHD, the diagnosis is done by a multidisciplinary team. So whether that traditional approach of therapies have been covered for the child, and thirdly, I wanted to know whether there is any other comorbidity along with the ADHD problem. So these were the three questions I had to ask.
Okay, ma. As far as let her answer.
Yeah.
So as far as the first question, same thing I also asked. So she said she only on her child, it was the research is being conducted.
Okay. But this is
Nitish,
a completely new
unmute
thing.
yourself.
Artificial intelligence, sir, I've never heard,
Yeah,
in case of this disordered kids.
Niteshri, can you unmute yourself?
Actually, if she stop sharing her screen,
Hello?
maybe she will get little banned.
Yeah, Niteshri.
Hello?
Yeah. You can stop your video, ma.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
that the network
Okay, sir. I'll do that.
needed.
Sir. How about now, sir?
Shilpa was asking, could you hear her
Yes, sir.
queries? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Would you
Yes,
like to
sir.
respond?
Sir, the date. Yes, sir. So the data sets have been taken from the center wherever I'm sending my child. So it covers age group from 2 years to 10 years, sir. I've taken data sets from 2 to 10 years. Like whatever, like it will ask you EQ level, IQ level. So those levels also it's been considered between an age group of 2 to 10. We have not checked for, I've not taken for adults and adolescents. I've taken only between this range because my child is of that much. So within this range. So I preferred with this so that I can get more about it. With the document which we have obtained from there with the request of the parents and along with the data sets which is available, I've taken those data sets and I have done, ma'am. And there are the third question which you asked was the disorders. There are disorders related to ADHD like autism. Then where it can come at any point of the age. So even they undergo that, the numbness. They will not reciprocate properly. Children will not reciprocate. This is what teachers do complain. Like. Logical reasoning is very bad. Their memory less is low, and they want to respond. They are bad in handwriting. So yes, as you said, less development of the brain. Yes, ma'am. There are many disorders, but I have concentrated in this. We can proceed with many other disorders also. The research is going on the other fields, other disorders also. But in this part, I have taken the disorder. Disorder is ADHD, ma'am. But research is going on for the other disorder also, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Niteshri.
Yeah.
And have you been
Yes.
trying other therapies also for your kid? Like, for example, occupational therapy, special education, behavior therapy, anything of this kind also you're trying? Speech therapy?
Yes, ma'am. That also we have. Yes. Initially, we had sent our kit to whatever you have said, ma'am. We have sent with that, and from there they said that it is between the range. We can't do like if the child comes in marginalized. So they say that we can't be. They can't be taken for as a special child itself because he is coming under margin. So instead of special school, they say that you have to go and speak to normal school people only. They will accommodate your children. So when the child is getting marginalized, so we have to look into those cases. Also, what I felt was it was very much necessary, ma'am. So, like, if we get diagnosed fast. Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Some content
Hello.
I could not. Hello. Yeah, I'm missing on you some
Yes,
of the
ma'am. Yes.
information. Yeah. No, I just wanted to tell that these kids, like, I'm not saying that he should be going to the special school. What I'm intending to say is that these kids really do wonderful if you have a regularity with different therapies for them. Different means
Yes.
more to occupational therapy
Yes,
is the
ma'am.
best one which helps
Yes.
them. So they give you different
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
strategies to work at in the school also. They also have an interaction with the teachers and give certain activities which can be conducted by the teachers for the child during the classroom learning
Yes, ma'am.
or outside field work.
Yes, ma'am.
So this also
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
this is just a suggestion that you could approach the therapist for that, and you can ask her if she can
Okay,
give
ma'am.
any home program or a school program for your child. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
that's it. Yeah, all the best.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'm done, sir.
Thank you, Niteshri. Congratulations for your presentation. And maybe Nimhans is the right
Hello,
field.
sir.
Yeah, ma, congratulations for your presentation, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Yes. Oh,
You can
yeah.
stop sharing.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. No. Yes, sir. Namaste, sir. Thank you, everyone, all the organizers and participants for listening and reviewing and giving me inputs and listening, sir. Sir and madam, thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I unmute, sir? With this presentation, shall I stop sharing?
Yes, ma.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, along with my colleague, I have done. So it also goes to my colleague, Karthik. So special thanks to him also, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Karthik. Congratulations. Both are doing wonderful job.
Thank you, sir.
So we will
Thank
move
you,
on.
sir.
Yeah, I think there is some network lag. So, yeah. So we are moving on to our next session. So we have with us today Dr. Mansi. She is consultant genetic counselor at SJJ Cancer Center, Ahmedabad, and she has PhD in human genetics from Department of Genetics, University of Calcutta, West Bengal. And she has masters in molecular and human genetics and bachelor's in biotechnology. And she is presently associated with SPARK, which is a research wing in Brahma Kumaris, more than 11 years. And she is also cancer genetic counselor, educator, and board certified genetic counselor level 2 and human genetist. She is from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. We welcome you, ma'am, for this wonderful session. And we request you and we appreciate you for accepting our
Thank you so much.
invitation.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. Ravindra?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Good evening, and thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, for inviting us as a as Sparkling and Brahma Kumaris. So, as he already introduced, I'm Dr. Mansi Vishal, and we always greet everyone with Om Shanti. So, thank you so much for the invitation. So, do you want to say something, Dr. Ravindra? Any other thing you would like to say? Okay, if not, then I'll start with my presentation. And it is, so can you see my slides? Just want to confirm.
Yeah, yes, Didi, please continue.
Okay. So yeah, the topic is well-being through Raj Yoga. So Raj Yoga, I think you must have heard about it. Raj Yoga meditation also sometimes we say, and so few people must be familiar and few people must not be familiar about it. So the focus of this topic will be connecting Raj Yoga with well-being. So let's see what well-being is. Let's define what is well-being actually. So well-being or being well, we say, is not the same as being healthy. That is being without the disease, right? When we talk about well-being, few people will say, okay, being healthy is the well-being, but it is not only without the disease. In fact, when we talk about well-being, these words which are written over your screen, you can see when we actually talk about well-being, what comes in your mind? So all these, right? And few other positive words will come to your mind, like vibrant, resilient, balanced, decisive, energetic, enthusiastic, relaxed, and sociable. So, and peaceful, joyful, focused, creative, anything, right? And so many other words will come to your mind. So if we actually think about it, even someone who is seriously, so suppose let's consider that physical health will contribute more towards the well-being. But when we think about someone who is seriously or terminally ill, they can also experience well-being. You must have seen many people who are actually terminally ill. They are on bed, but still from their face, a lot of you will see the happiness, the peace on their face. And you can't say that, okay, this person is not in his well-being. Yes, his physical health is not fine, but there are some aspects of the well-being, right? So actually, it is more subjective well-being. It is about how do I feel at a particular moment. And that feeling has different dimensions. You can see, actually, if we talk about different dimensions of the well-being, we can divide it into these four mainly, like physical, spiritual, mental, and emotional. And even if so these days we talk about well-being a lot, but previously we used to talk about a healthy individual. So few people think that, okay, a healthy individual means that his or her physical health is good, right? But when we see the WHO definition of health, what is a healthy individual? So all these four aspects, even the social aspects, comes up in the definition of a healthy individual. So now we are actually, especially after the era of COVID, we are actually more aware about the overall well-being. So maybe I think that's the trick of nature, to make us more aware about the real health, right? So okay, let's come back to the well-being part. So 4 dimensions. If we talk about these 4 dimensions one by one, then physical dimension will include the physical health, fitness, stamina, nutrition, sleep. We all know about it. Then mental dimension. Mental dimension should include concentration, memory, thinking patterns, mental health. In mental health, we talk about depression, anxiety, and different other stress disorders, right? Sometimes there are a lot of personality disorders which comes up. Then making decisions, a decision-making capability, a setting goals capability. So that comes in mental dimension. Then emotional dimension, self-control, self-awareness, motivation, self-confidence, empathy, handling relationships, right? So all this comes up in emotional dimension. And then spiritual dimension is usually, so we keep the spiritual dimension in last usually, but sometimes we see that, okay, that is the most important dimension. But each of these have their own importance actually. So when we talk about spiritual dimension, self-respect, then values, my morals, my values, belief systems, then contentment, how much content an individual is, sense of community. We usually talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, right? I think this initiative of the conference is also under coming in that bigger initiative, which is the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam initiative. So, and the connection with other souls, connection with the universe, connection with the surroundings, connection with other human beings. So that actually comes up in spiritual dimension. There are other aspects like previously we used to talk only about IQ, intelligent quotient, right? So, but these days we also talk about emotional quotient, spiritual quotient, and then social quotient, right? So all these are actually interrelated to each other. And even these dimensions, if we see these main 4 dimensions, which actually also interact with the social dimension, the community dimension, the environment dimension, and the people interaction dimension. So all these actually are interrelated. Nothing is isolated, because we as a human being are one entity, one single entity. So all these dimensions are part of that. Let's see through an example. 2 examples are written over here. For example, the first one, when I eat junk food. So suppose I'm saying a sentence in my mind or with to someone. The sentence is, when I eat junk food or drink too much alcohol, which is a physical aspect, I know it makes me drowsy and I can't think straight. So it comes in the mental dimension. I then feel down, emotionally down, and can't see the point in anything, which is a spiritual dimension, right? Can't see the point in anything, which means I analyze and I feel down that, okay, there is no point in anything. There is a feeling of renunciation of everything like that. So these 4 aspects are always included when we feel something. Second example, so I worry about my workload and can't stop thinking about the things I have to do. This is a mental aspect. Suppose at the end of the day, like today, we usually talk like this, right? I worry about my workload and can't stop thinking about the things I have to do, which is a mental aspect. My sleep suffers and I feel really tired in the day, which is a physical aspect. I get short-tempered with colleagues, emotional aspect, and just don't feel part of the team anymore, a spiritual aspect. Or actually, this also comes up in the social aspect, but it is about how I feel. So the spirituality, the spiritual aspect of a human being will be connected to this. So you can see that all these 4 aspects are included in most of our conversations, most of our thought processes. So these actually, we can say that, okay, they overlap and they interact with each other. And actually the social aspect also comes up in that. So if we redefine, if we say that, finally, what is well-being? So well-being is essentially about how we relate inwards to ourselves, come to understand ourselves through these 4 dimensions, right? So we talk about psychology, we talk about counseling and therapy. You must have heard different psychologists and different counseling therapists also talking on different platforms that they talk to the different clients, right? So me being a genetic counselor, I actually take care of the cancer patients, but their psychological aspects also. So when we interact with the patients, with their families, with the individuals, actually we talk to them, right? So, but it's about understanding them, right? It's about interacting with them. So when they open up during these therapies, when they open up, when they analyze, when we jot down the problems on paper, when we actually give them activities to do, then it comes up that an individual is made up of all these dimensions. Sometimes we don't take care of the emotional part, spiritual part, or sometimes even these days what happens is actually we are so much into our work that into our work or in a specific stress that we actually don't take care of our bodies, the physical aspect of it, right? And in that process, all the emotional part is actually up and down. So yes, so the message of this slide, or the message till now you can take is, which I would like to communicate actually. So well-being is about me, which is about us, and that will include these dimensions, the community dimensions also, the relationship dimensions also. And that's why we are actually attracted towards the towards meditation, towards wellness, towards different things these days, right? So yes. So in this picture, if you can see that there are different dimensions to well-being, and in the center there is I. So it's about me, it's about us, right? It's about the human being. So then question comes up, who am I? So till now, through these slides, we can actually communicate that yes, I am physical, I am spiritual, I am mental, I am emotional, I am social. So I am the being who is actually having all these aspects which actually define my well-being. Then even one single aspect is not working well in my life, then I would say that yeah, if somebody asks me that how are you, though, so we usually say that okay, yeah, chal raha hai, it's going on, right? So why that response comes up? Because in our mind we know that okay, most of the aspects are fine, but that one aspect is not fine. So that's why we can't say that okay, I'm completely fine, I'm completely in my well-being. And if everything is fine with me, maybe with my family it's not fine, which actually is impacting my emotional health. My relationships are not fine, which is actually impacting my emotional health, my mental health, and then down the line, my physical health also. If you like, we talk about when we talk about physical aspects, a few of you must be aware that many of the diseases, when we talk about different physical diseases like migraine, like diabetes, like even to some extent the onset of cancer, and then and hypertension, these are actually psychosomatic to some extent. We can't say that okay, 100% of this is psychosomatic, but yes, some aspect of it is psychosomatic. Why? Because so the correlation comes through the stress part. So when somebody is having, actually there are a lot of studies, a lot of research studies on the aspect that psychological stress actually triggers the oxidative stress in the body, and that oxidative stress is the risk factor for many disorders like diabetes, hypertension, actually all the lifestyle disorders and others as well, including cancer, including heart diseases and others. So the thing is that okay, we say that okay, so the percentage which is actually psychosomatic, we can sometimes we become victims, sometimes we feel ourselves the victims of our genes, the victims of our situations, the victims of our day-to-day life, right? But so on some aspect, if we see our life, on some aspect we have control, on some aspects we don't have control, right? Some aspects is actually are actually uncertain. So let's leave the uncertain part, because that there through my spiritual aspect of well-being, I have to accept those situations. But let's take the part on which I have control. So those parts, which means those parts of the well-being, which means my physical health, my stress, and in general how I'm feeling. So that is in my control. We can actually work on that, right? How we can work on that? We actually can work through the, suppose okay, let's take a situation. Suppose an individual, the physical health is very good, right? Every day I'm going to gym, I'm very active, I'm actually doing a lot of research work also. I'm very social, I have a lot of friends, and I have a family who's very loving, everything, all is going very good. Then slowly, stress comes out in life. And then slowly, that stress is actually impacting me a lot. And I go through certain traumas in life. So those trauma is impacting my physical health now. Suppose you must be seeing a lot of people, and it is actually present in all of us, that sometimes we get anxious without any reason. Sometimes we get depressed without any reason. We know that it's in my control, I can do it, I actually have the power over it, but still we feel depressed, we feel anxious, and there are a lot of physical conditions which actually I'm not aware of. So the reason, when we actually think about the reason, sometimes our lifestyle is also very good. Few people say that, okay, don't drink alcohol, don't eat this, don't eat that, due to eating this, or due to a heavy a stressful lifestyle, you will have all these diseases. But my lifestyle is also very good, my everything is very good, but still I'm feeling anxious, I'm feeling depressed. So the reason is sometimes the past trauma of it, right? During the childhood, sometimes unconsciously our surroundings impacted us differently, due to which my inner child, which actually, suppose I'm a 40 years old individual, but my childhood was not very pleasant. Maybe I did not even realize this at that time, but when I deal with myself right now, there is something which is impacting. There is some force which is coming from inside, and that is the subconscious force. But what is there in that subconscious? So sometimes we think that, okay, we actually get to know that, okay, there was some past trauma or some past situation in the childhood which is actually impacting me right now. Although I'm thinking that I'm perfectly fine, I don't have any issue, but still sometimes when I have these anxiety, depression or something, the frequency starts increasing. Then actually we need to go inside, we need to think, we need to reflect that what is there, right? So I just don't want to preach here only. Let's move towards Raj Yoga. So when we so from well-being, actually I'm keeping this talk very simple. I did not include much of the research studies and the jargons to make it very simple, and because I wanted to communicate certain thoughts to the audience. So that's why. So till now we have talked about the well-being, just the basics of it. So I would like to tell you about one study. Actually, in 2018, this paper was published through the collaboration of Spark Wing of Brahma Kumaris and NIMHANS, which is in Bangalore, the Institute of Mental Health mainly. And this paper was published. They have actually found out that the Raj Yoga practice impacted the well-being of individual. Actually, well-being was measured through a 20 questions questionnaire, which was actually called as Raj Yoga Practice Checker. So all the individuals who are practicing Raj Yoga for more than 5 years, for more than 10 years also, around 1,000 participants were taken, and their well-being was measured. And they found out that practice proficiency and duration of the practice among these Raj Yoga practitioners actually it impacted the well-being more than, so practice proficiency actually impacted the well-being more than the duration. So let's simplify this. Usually when we talk about the meditation part of the meditation and the suppose Raj Yoga meditation, right? When we talk about Raj Yoga meditation, we will think that, okay, this person is practicing meditation for last 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So his well-being must be good. His well-being must be better than those who are actually practicing for last 1 or 2 years, right? But actually this study highlights that it's not only about the duration of the practice, it's actually about the expertise of the meditator. How much is the expertise with which he is practicing that particular technique. So this study was done on Raj Yoga, but we can actually take other other meditation practices into research, and we can actually check whether this is true for other meditation practices also. So after this, because these results were found out, then based on this, other research studies were actually designed, and people are working on it right now. Few people are doing the PhD and postdocs also on these topics. But I just wanted to highlight this particular paper on well-being in Raj Yoga. So what happened was actually previously, before this paper, some research studies have shown that Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga meditations, the Raj Yoga practitioners, have enhanced happiness in their life as compared to the non-meditators. I have not written here the reference of those articles, but we have the references. And in that same year, another study reported that long-term Raj Yoga practitioners had fewer neurotic symptoms and higher hope and happiness as compared to the short-term practitioners. So these are the two main studies, but there were other studies also. So many studies actually used to highlight the duration of Raj Yoga, that long-term practitioners, short-term practitioners. But this particular study actually measured the well-being, and they highlighted about the proficiency of the meditative practice. And when we define proficiency, simply, it is actually the expertise with which that meditator is following that practice. And I will actually tell you about the Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga, what all comes up in Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga. So, and then so there was a question before this study was done. There was a question that what contributes more to the well-being of an individual? Is it the time duration, or is it the expertise in the meditative technique? Then, okay, this paper highlights the thing which I just told you. So let's talk about Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga practice, because, sorry. Yeah, because when we talk about Raj Yoga meditation, actually sage Patanjali also talked about Raj Yoga meditation. So he also touched upon certain aspects of Raj Yoga. Swami Vivekananda also touched upon certain aspects of Raj Yoga. And the name Raj Yoga is actually the king of all the yogas, which means that when we do Raj Yoga, all other yogas, including Hatha Yoga, including asanas, pranayam, it all comes up under Raj Yoga. Right? But that does not mean that, okay, one meditation is superior over the another meditative technique or something like that. It's not like that. But yes, that's how the name was given to Raj Yoga. And in Brahma Kumari's, it is taught that why it is called as Raj Yoga, because we can become the kings over the self, because we always want to have self-control, the spiritual aspect of the well-being, that I want to have complete control over myself, over my senses, so that I can actually lead a very balanced and good life as a king, right? Not so king. Sometimes when we talk about kings, people think about dictators, right? So actually, dictators have rule over others, right? They make slaves, but actually, a king should have the control and the power over the self first. Then only they can have control over others. So one of the senior Raj Yogi, Brahma Kumar Jagdish Chandra Bhaiji, he writes one of the book called as Easy Raj Yoga, that this yoga easily leads to samadhi or the state of absorption. And the Raj Yogi attains the highest type of consciousness, which is super consciousness. So it is also known as Sahaj Raj Yoga, right? The first Sahaj means that it is easy. It is easy Raj Yoga. We always actually, when we talk amongst ourselves, we say that, okay, it is easy Raj Yoga, or that which becomes a part of one's nature. He also named these 4 stages of Raj Yoga meditation. When we talk about the process of Raj Yoga, it is like initiation, then meditation, then concentration, and then realization. So Raj Yoga enables the mind to rule over the physical senses, as I just told, and it helps in the divinization of the self or the self-purification also. So let's come up to this research paper again, the progress. So first conclusion was about the proficiency in meditative technique. Then another was progress in well-being. So the progress in well-being, which actually signifies the overall improvement due to practice of Raj Yoga. This overall improvement was assessed by checking the 8 terms in this study, which are named as happiness, peace, harmony, values, self-development, work effectiveness, spiritual growth, and quality of life. And actually, in the Raj Yoga practice checker questionnaire, all the questions related to all these aspects were included based on some standard questionnaires which are actually used in psychology, like Oxford Happiness Questionnaire and other questionnaires as well, which are standard and used in psychological studies. So the responses which meditators or practitioners gave, they were scored on a scale of 5 to 0, where 5 signified that excellent progress and 0 signified worse due to Raj Yoga, right? So, so on one end it is 0 and 5, like that. Practice proficiency was measured by a 25 item. I told a 20 item, but it is a 25 item. Subscale, which is known as Raj Yoga practice checker. And so here it is written that 4 main subjects of Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga practice. 4 main subjects. So what are those 4 main subjects of Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga? So one is the knowledge. Then another is so knowledge, like who am I and who is the supreme, what is the universe, all these aspects, different aspects through which helps us in meditation. Then so in Hindi it is known as Gyan, and then Yoga, which is meditation aspect, and then Dharana, which means inculcation of different virtues, divine virtues, and then service. So, and then service, along with service, the purity aspect also comes up, the brahmacharya. So in this paper, which is by Nair et al., which we are actually discussing, so more than 95% of the participants felt that they had made progress, excellent, very good, or moderate in all the well-being dimensions, which I've just mentioned, as compared to the pre-baseline the Raj Yoga practitioners who were baseline, the group basically. Findings show that progress in well-being has strong correlation with proficiency in the KRY practice, while a weak correlation was found with the years of practice. So proficiency in practice is a good predictor of well-being than years of practice, as I've already mentioned, but they concluded that proficiency in the practice should be a good predictor of well-being than years of practice. And they also suggested that further studies on the Raj Yoga meditation should include this particular aspect of proficiency rather than years of practice. Okay, let's see according very quickly that so we talked about well-being, we talked about the research on well-being and Raj Yoga, and like very basic on what is Raj Yoga. But now it's let's move further that, okay, what is actually Raj Yoga? What is theory? What is Gyan? And what actually Raj Yoga talks about? So it's about the who am I. The first lesson which is told in our in the meditation courses, in the classes, and if you have heard Brahma Kumari Shivani Didi, she also talks about it every time, that who am I, right? That is the main question which for last thousands of years actually we want to explore. We are still exploring, who am I? So Raj Yoga says that we are the conscient being, the light, the soul, which is on the center of forehead and which is like a star, which is actually a light, and it is located in the center of the forehead between the eyebrows. And that soul, actually we have been talking about soul, Atma, for not so many years, right? Actually thousands, hundreds of years. And we know that, okay, there is one Atma, there is one body. Okay, when Atma goes, body is died, and we burn that body, or like so that body is of no use now. But who goes? So that is the soul, right? And so the story does not end there. Story starts from there, that I am a soul, right? So I am a soul, but who am I? Then also this question comes up, that who am I? What am I? And how do I function? And on what basis do I function? If I'm a soul, then which means I'm not a body, which means brain is also not mind, right? Brain is also part of the body. Brain is also not part of the soul. But if I'm a soul, then how do I operate? So I operate, the Raj Yoga tells us that three aspects, three faculties of the soul are there. One is mind, another is intellect, and third one is resolves, which means sanskar. So man, buddhi, and sanskar. Man, through which we think. Actually, that is like a machinery of thoughts. We always create thoughts, positive, negative, waste thoughts, and the neutral thoughts also, the necessary thoughts also, that, okay, I need to give this presentation. My presentation is up to 8 o'clock. Like these are the necessary thoughts. But another types of thoughts are positive, negative, waste thoughts also. So that also mind creates. But intellect decides which thought is good, which is bad, or which is not of my use right now, basically to take decisions. So the work of intellect is that. In brief, we are talking. And another part or another function of the intellect is visualization. We see. So when we actually close our eyes, I'm not sure how many people are there right now with me. So yeah, I'm seeing the number 39. So if we close our eyes right now, I would request everyone actually to do the same. That please close your eyes and just think about the individual who is very close to you. Just remember the face of that individual and what that individual must be doing right now. Okay, you must have thought. And yeah, so that's it. That's the activity. So you must have thought about that person. You must have visualized that person. That picture must have come on the screen of your mind. And when I told to you that, okay, what that person must be doing right now. Suppose it's about my mother. What my mother must be doing right now. Okay, it's going to be the dinner time. She must be preparing dinner. So I actually visualized her in the kitchen, right? So you might say that, okay, this is an imagination. But yes, imagination and visualization are very close. But visualization is about the truth. Imagination is not necessarily about the truth. So visualization, that my mother must be cooking food in the kitchen. And today I know that she's going to cook paneer. So she must be in the kitchen. So actually, through intellect, your eyes were closed. You were seeing someone, right? So how we were actually seeing someone, how we can visualize our memories, how we can visualize our past. When actually someone gives us therapies, when someone does the past life regression, the hypnotic regression, who is seeing when we are sleeping? Who is actually seeing those dreams? So that is the part of intellect. On actually, mind and intellect work very closely. And we usually say that, okay, मैंने मन की आंखों से तुमको देखा, through my mind's eyes I saw you, right? So that is the work of intellect and the decision making as well. Third one is the sanskar, the subconscious mind, where we say that, okay, I have this habit, I have this old habit of anger, maybe. So you will see that few kids, they are just 2 years old or 1.5 years old, but they express anger. But who has taught them how to be angry? Nobody, right? So sometimes we say that, okay, iske pichle janam ke sanskar. So their last birth actually has given them these sanskars or these habits. Some habits parents don't teach. They are not seeing here in this particular environment, but they have certain resolves or certain habits which are already there. Like we see that, okay, in the reality shows, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, how do they perform? So from where that quality came up, right? Nobody taught them. They did not see it on the TV or somewhere, but from where it came up. So that actually comes up from the subconscious mind. That sanskar, that the old habit is actually stored inside the subconscious mind, and subconscious mind is actually like the some memories are stored in subconscious mind, and brain is used to function. It is a complicated topic, but then the sanskars, the habits are actually downloaded in the memory of the brain, and brain is used for the same. When somebody gets dementia, they get memory loss, short-term memory loss or long-term memory loss, they actually cannot retrieve that information because it was downloaded in the brain, right? Even if it was in the soul, but still the machinery, the physical medium through which it was actually expressed, that was brain. So when dementia happens, when neurodegeneration happens in the brain, that memory cannot be retrieved. So so basically these are the faculties of the soul, right? Yes, soul is in the combination of the body, and through body, through brain, soul functions, but mind, intellect, and the subconscious mind are the faculties of the soul that is taught in Raj Yoga. And for me, when we were talking about the well-being, it was about me. So who am I? It is the body plus soul, and that's why we call it as human being, right? It's about the being. So being is that energy part. Being inside the human body is human being, right? And as you have seen in that research paper also, they have included different aspects of the well-being, like happiness, peace, love, and different virtues. It is taught that, and in Raj Yoga, it all comes up that I am a soul, I am an energy, and I get connected to the highest energy in this universe. Some people say it cosmic energy, some people say that energy of the universe, and some people call it supreme, some people call it God, right? So here we call the supreme light as Shiv Baba, and the soul is getting connected with that supreme, with the supreme soul. So he is also a soul, right? So two souls are getting connected, but he is supreme soul, and we are getting connected. So his energy is actually flowing to me, because as the two things get connected, they actually exchange their energies. So my energy is so low, but I get connected to the supreme soul. It's like recharging myself. It's like my phone is discharged, and once I get connected to the charger, that charging flows in me, and I get refreshed and recharged through that connection. and that peace, happiness, love, power, purity, all the virtues, all the divine virtues, like honesty, truthfulness, decision-making power, the relationships, different aspects of the well-being actually. All these aspects start becoming better through Raj Yoga. As that paper also tells, that research also tells that through Raj Yoga, through the proficiency in Raj Yoga, all these aspects of the well-being starts increasing with time, with the practice. And that's why you will see like so many individuals come to Brahma Kumaris and they always share their experience that previously I used to have so much anger, but now I actually want to have anger, but it does not come up. It doesn't come up somehow. But some people suppress the emotion of the anger. But through spirituality or through Raj Yoga meditation, it is actually so the soul. I as a soul work on it, work on my anger, different reactions which is coming from inside, the mental aspects and the emotional aspects, and I through the power of soul. So basically, as the soul is recharged, the positive energy in the soul starts flowing in the brain, starts flowing in the body, and all these aspects start becoming better, emotions becoming better. The individual becomes emotionally healthy if the condition is if they are not doing suppression, right? So the suppression, the repression in psychology, it's very important. When somebody inculcates something through suppression, uh, yes, they might become successful for some time, but you won't see them as a healthy individual. There won't be that happiness or that peace on their face, right? So that's the basis of Raj Yoga. And would you also like to experience Raj Yoga for 5 minutes? So Dr. Ravindra, can I use this platform to make them experience?
Sure, Didi, you can go ahead. Om Shanti.
Okay. Yeah. So just if you, so I would request you because knowledge-wise we can actually talk a lot, but it's about the experience. So let's experience the soul. Okay. So I would request you to just sit in a relaxed position wherever you are sitting. And if something is there in your hand, even your mobile, you can just keep it aside for some time. A pen, anything basically, you can keep it aside and just try to sit in a relaxed position. Now just move your attention towards yourself. You can keep your eyes open or close. Usually, the Raj Yoga meditation taught by Brahma Kumaris keeps the eyes open actually, because that way we are more aware of ourselves. But to start with, you can still close your eyes. And if you are opening, just concentrate your gaze on a specific point on the wall in front of you. Just concentrate your gaze on one specific point on the object or wall in front of you. If you are closing your eyes, just have the attention on your forehead. Start feeling that my body is relaxed. Even my shoulders, hands, legs, just relax them. let's try to realize that I am a soul. I am an energy who is the master of this body. Now turn your attention towards your breathing pattern. Take a deep breath. And try to feel that who is experiencing this breathing. It is me, the soul, the energy who is taking breath, who is breathing through this instrument of the body. As you move attention towards your body, towards your breathing, the mind starts concentrating. We can take some time in this process because when we sit for meditation or when we sit to realize ourselves, sometimes there are a lot of thoughts in the mind already which are going on, past thoughts or future thoughts. But for now, just tell yourself that for 2 minutes, I just want to realize myself. It's my me time. I see myself as a bright star in the center of forehead, shining bright. I am a peaceful soul. And I'm filled with so much love inside. That's why I like love. I like peace. I like happiness because I'm made of it. As I realize my true nature, my true form, I observe that my body starts relaxing more. As I go deeper and deeper in the thoughts related to me, myself, and my true nature, my body starts relaxing. And I would like to even go deeper. So this is me. That's the first step of Raj Yoga. Now I come out in my current awareness, where I'm sitting or standing. Now I see myself as the soul in this body. Om Shanti. So that was just an experience about my true nature, myself, because we always talk about meditation, meditating on self and thinking about the self, having me time. But in that me time, what should we do actually? But so that's the first step, but that's the most important step. Once we realize ourselves, then the next step of Raj Yoga, which is actually connection with the supreme energy, that we can do. Okay. So today I just focused on this part. So this was about well-being through Raj Yoga, and we also covered the research study which was done on Raj Yoga, and what were the results, what were the conclusions through that study. If you have any questions, I would like to take it from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mansi. It was a really wonderful presentation. It was like a journey of this 1 hour or so.
Thank you so much,
It
Dr.
has taken us, in the flow of thoughts and the learning. It was very insightful through self-reflection, self-understanding and thought-provoking. We could also visualize and also reflect upon. It was a really wonderful session, and you have very well connected the spirituality and science and how wonderful the meditation can help us in reconnecting back to this nature and world, to ourselves. And you have also shown the correlations of health and well-being with the meditation, and how we can improve our health and well-being through meditation process. No doubt it's a great boon. And across the world we have Brahma Kumari centers, and doing wonderful service without any expectations, only to promote this wonderful practice of meditation, and a lot more, not just limited to meditation. A great team that is involved in research, and coming with various publications and research findings, and also doing a lot of social causes, contributing. It's really a great gesture, where we all can get motivated and inspired and look up to take up some initiative and move ahead. So very wonderful, very insightful. Thank you, Didi, once again.
Most welcome. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to speak in front of everyone. I'm sure people will benefit from this. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Friends, if you have any queries, feel free to unmute yourself or share, so that if any queries or clarifications or observations, we can quickly take. You can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself. Yeah, Christina, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, because it's evening here in Nigeria, and I'm sure it's evening over there too. Thank you very much, presenter, for.
Thank you.
Christina, we can't hear you.
The great session. I think or health benefits. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Am I audible enough?
Yeah, now it's better.
Okay, I am just appreciating the session, our presenter for this session. I'm saying that on this part of the world, yoga has yoga or meditation as a form of relaxation technique with great health benefits is beginning to come to limelight, is beginning to be really considered by a lot of people. Because before now, it is seen or it is associated with some form of spiritual rituals or activities that most people don't consider. But like even in therapy now, we make people like for anger management, for anxiety, people are amazed to do the meditation, the relaxation technique of closing your eyes or maintaining a particular focus on either anything that you can focus on without necessarily distracting yourself and maintain a posture that relaxes you and enables you to take a deep breath and experience a form of relaxation from within to without. So recently, if I'm anxious about anything, if I get agitated and I take a posture and do deep breathing exercise for a period of time, in fact, sometimes I'm tempted to just sleep. I just find myself struggling to just keep awake because I'm taking a posture that will not enable me to sit comfortably. So I really learned and I really appreciated your presentation, ma. And for the practical, the closing practical, it's very, in fact, I try to do, I'm in the office right now. I tried to do that and I noticed that I was becoming drowsy. So thank you very much for this elaborate presentation. I have really gained a lot of insight and thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra, for this great opportunity. Always learn from colleagues all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you highlighted that most of the relaxation techniques and meditation techniques, they actually tell us to close our eyes. And in this Raj Yoga practice, actually we usually open our eyes. We keep the eyes open so that we are aware about us and about the surroundings. So that's a real journey. It's not like, okay, we are just closing the eyes and then we are sleeping. Sometimes we are sleeping or sometimes we are. So the concept, the concept is actually.
The relax.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So because of the relax, so because of the relaxed state of your body, your mind, it makes you want to sleep. But I appreciate closing my eyes because when I'm doing this exercise and I open my eyes, there are a lot of distractions. Before you know, you veer off the main goal of getting relaxed. The goal is not to make you sleep, but the so much relaxed state of body or mind that you achieve can really make you want to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, your voice is not clear, so I could not understand exactly what you are saying. But yes, sometimes I think I listen to you just in parts. So yeah, sometimes there will be a distraction initially, but it actually slowly we can focus. And once we focus, what happens is when we sit in meditation for like suppose for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, actually it's an automatic process. When we go inside, we are opening our eyes and slowly the eyes becomes closed actually. So it's like it's a little open. We are aware of the surroundings, but actually we are analyzing, we are actually focusing on the self, we are connecting to the supreme, everything is happening, and slowly the eyes will close up. But that process will happen naturally. It's not like I'm starting the practice with closed eyes. Yes, but initially it will be a distraction. It might be a distraction for few people, but it is the way to be aware. That's the thing. We might take some time to in that initial step, but that's the thing. Okay, maybe in writing we can connect if you have more questions. Most welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina, all the way connecting from Nigeria. We have Stephen from Kenya. Stephen, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, doctor. Good evening. Thank you for Dr. Ravindra and the Institute for holding us. It's much for gratitude. Then for Dr. Mercy for much empowering to us. My question is more about keeping focus. Maybe in our own adolescent, we are so confused during our late adolescent. Maybe when you go to, maybe I'm a Christian, so when you go to, we are being told to keep in the spirit. And when you are told something that is related to your course, maybe you don't remember. How do you cope? Maybe to stay focused, to know the bedrock, maybe the simple questions we don't understand. We have gone to spirituality and our well-being is, we have been confused. Secondly, we have told us that we relate in our inside on ourselves. That is emotional. So maybe when we are maybe in attachments, in children's remand, homes, families, so you find ourselves like you're handling a client. He have put you some emotions. You are handling a client. So how do you cope to ensure that we are focused in another person without that emotion of another person? Maybe Dr.
Are you saying that just to clarify? Are you saying that when we meet the different clients, so suppose there are few emotions which got triggered in the first session, so and in the second session those emotions disturb us. So how do we cope up with that? Because it might lose the focus on the current situation. Is it that you are asking?
Yes.
Or in general that how can we cope up when we lose focus, when some emotions are actually emerging from inside?
Yes.
So actually that's the most important problem of everybody, I guess, that we are not in the present moment. That's why we talk about mindfulness in the meditation practice, right? So mindful, so even if it's not meditation, it's about being mindful in the present moment. And that's the whole task actually. So that's the whole task, that we want to be aware in the present, and that's life. That's why only then we can say that yes, I'm in 100% well-being. So my thoughts are not disturbed. But yes, through meditation and through the self-analysis, actually, it's not only meditation. So when we meditate, it's like, okay, we know that, okay, I'm a soul and I need to be connected to the Supreme Soul. But in the process, when it is not happening, suppose I'm trying to connect to the Supreme, but it is not happening. So why it is not happening? So at that time, we have to ask that question to myself, that, okay, why it is not happening? Because so many thoughts are actually there in my mind. The speed of thoughts is also there. It's about the speed of thoughts. When we are not focused, it's about the speed of thoughts. So the first task is to settle the past thoughts and then come in the present. So suppose I'm giving this presentation, right? And suppose just half an hour ago, I had an argument with one of my boss, suppose, as an example. So how will I give this presentation? I know that, okay, after half an hour I have this presentation and it is on well-being. So I might lose that focus. I might lose that happy phase, that how to talk to people. So at that time, I need to sit in meditation, or I need to actually focus on myself, and that's the whole question. So for that focus, first I need to close the story of the past. I need to analyze that, okay, that happened, and then question to myself again, but what to do now? Do I want to be in the past, or do I really want to do other things also? So that's self-talk, self-love. These are the few important things which we have to do actually. So there are a lot of psychological aspects during meditation when we do, and it happens slowly it happens. But so when you might say that, okay, I will not sit in meditation, I will just go to a psychotherapist, I will just go to a psychologist and have a nice session with him, and I won't sit in meditation. So how meditation is important here? The thing is, in our busy lifestyles of like 24/7, we are working and we are doing this, that, we are not sitting with ourselves. In meditation, what happens that, okay, we set a certain routine that, okay, for this half an hour is for myself. I will sit in meditation. And when we sit in meditation, sometimes we start analyzing. Sometimes, not sometimes, actually, every time. It's like when this thought comes up that I am a soul, I'm a peaceful soul, but my feeling is saying something different, that no, I'm not peaceful. I have anger, I have a lot of emotions which I want to express. So that time I won't be able to experience that I am a peaceful soul. But for that, I need to apply certain techniques, sit with myself, write down. Actually, we use a lot of other techniques also in this duration, and which helps us in coming to this point that I am a peaceful soul, that I am a soul. And as we start experiencing that I am a soul, everything comes down, right? But before that, sometimes we have to sit with oneself, we have to write down, we have to write our emotions, and then we start. So there are a lot of things. So slowly, but it happens. We have to do it. Consistency is very important in that.
Okay, thank you.
Most welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, all the way connecting from Kenya. We have Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, ma'am. Good evening to all. I thank Dr. Ravindra Sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to express my opinion. I learned a lot of things from your session. This is new topic for me, yoga, Raja Yoga and all. I'm learning every day in the 7 days conference. And I like spirituality and connecting with God, and most of the time I spend my time in church, so in prayer. So this really impacted me a lot. So you have done really, it connected me emotionally and plus internally also. Wonderful session, ma'am, and very soulful session. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
God
Very
bless
nice
you.
to hear that. All the best to you too on your spiritual journey.
Thank you, Mary. We have Kaur. You can unmute yourself. Kaur Zabi.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity to give my opinion. Thank you, ma'am. The session is quite wonderful.
I think your voice is not coming properly.
I
Can
try
you
to
speak a little louder?
Okay. There is one question, ma'am. How can we be okay with old bad memories with the help of Raj Yoga?
So that's yeah. So first we need to understand that past is past, right? I'm just telling you in brief that it's a process, right? Through first step is knowledge about like how to do it, then we have to do it actually. So first step is to understand, actually we all suffer from all these things, that okay, we have a lot of bad memories also, but still we want to move on, we want to move ahead. So if we have bad memories, first, which we actually learn in Raj Yoga also, that past is past, it's gone, right? But physically it's gone, but it is actually in my mind. It has created memories in my mind. So I need to understand that it's about the programming of the mind. And when I, so first that belief system that this is only a memory and I need to clean this memory. But forcefully I cannot clean it. I need to accept it, that it has happened. Whatever happened, it has happened. And okay, I need to tell myself that I have learned few I had few experiences. I learned many things from these experiences. But if I keep on thinking about it, my present will not be very good. And then in future, I'll regret that, okay, I wasted a lot of time in thinking about that memories. So at that time, actually acknowledging first, it's not like rejecting the past, okay, that memory should go immediately. It's not like that. We should acknowledge. Yeah. First acknowledging it and then work on it. Like that. So that first step should be very important. But yes, when we realize that I'm a soul, the another knowledge which comes up with this knowledge that I'm a soul, I have a lot of programming inside. And that is actually my mind's programming, right? So that programming can be changed. That programming had a lot of memories, and those memories can be settled down. It can be cleaned, and I can be more powerful than before. Because experiences teaches us, and experience makes us more powerful than before. So just acknowledge it and let it go with these thoughts, and just move ahead. Like, yes, in your happiness, being in the present. So these are few thoughts which help. But when we sit in Raj Yoga, when we take that energy from the Supreme, that helps even more, because that recharges us. And when we yeah, please tell.
I felt peace during the exercise session.
Okay, nice. That's very nice. So actually, that's the trick, that when we realize that, okay, yeah, I'm a peaceful soul, which means these are all external things which are there stored, right? So as I start experiencing myself, my true nature, slowly it will go away automatically. It comes up on the screen of mind, but I can address it. I can address these memories with my conscious intellect.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for explaining for me.
Most welcome. You can do it actually before going to bed, like in the night. You can just do 1 or 2 minute practice, at least 3 minutes practice. Actually, I would say for 3 minutes at least, just realize your nature, and then write down in your journal, and then go back to go to your bed, and then just experiment with it and see what happens.
How can we have any complete video on this Raj Yoga?
Complete video of Raj Yoga. Actually, I think we can share certain resources to you, Dr. Ravindra. Are we having any privilege for sharing few links? I can share few links to you, and then maybe that can be passed on to her.
Sure, Didi. If you have it in hand, you can share it directly in chat box. Otherwise, also you can mail me. I will also. Anyway,
I think I'll take some time, but I'll jot down few links so that which can benefit her, or maybe she can start her journey, or maybe you can start your journey of Raj Yoga in whichever city you are in the world. You can like search on net which Raj Yoga center is near to you, or maybe Dr. Ravindra might be able to help you in finding the centers. Or I'll share the certain links to Dr. Ravindra, and I think that will help you in searching for BK centers in the location where you are, and along with the certain YouTube videos through which you can practice at home also.
Thanks, ma'am.
Okay. I think that would.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Most welcome.
Thank you, Kaur. You can, as Dr. Mansi has shared, you can Google it and you can find a lot of videos, and you can find almost on every topic. You can just explore by yourself, and, you can get insights on each and every topic. And yeah, more than that, visiting a center is a different experience. You get guidance about.
Right, going to the center actually will you can do it step by step, and that environment also helps you in connecting to yourself.
I will see all that. Check. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kaur, for sharing your observations. Anyone else would like to share? You can quickly raise your hand or unmute yourself. There are a lot of appreciation messages in chat box. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your appreciations. Yeah, Sushmita. Okay. There are no further queries. Then, as a last privilege, I would like to ask Dr. Mansi.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, in your research, because genetics is always a fascinating for the humans beings as such. Everything is related with genetics, and as a behavioral professionals or psychologists, we always look at epigenetics, the interaction with the environment. So,
Yes.
how do you see? I mean, what kind of research we are into, especially at the level of chromosome or DNA, RNA? Are there any research going on at that level on the the impact of meditation? Can you share some insights?
So actually, we have been planning, through Raj Yoga, how it impacts our DNA. Like you actually clearly pointed out about the epigenetic studies. We are also we have planned certain DNA methylation and acetylation studies in Raj Yoga meditation, but due to certain constraints, we could not initiate that. And so right now we are actually working on the project which is about the telomere length in Raj Yoga meditators. So like through meditation, like we know that meditation increases the age, the lifespan of an individual, right? So through Raj Yoga meditation, can it impact the telomeres? Telomeres are the ends of the chromosomes, which actually are the cause of aging. That why we age, why do we age, why the body ages. So through that study, we would like to explore. The background of this project is that so in mindfulness meditation, they have seen in actually certain exercises after certain sports activities, telomere length becomes stable, and it does not get reduced as it happens in the normally in the lifetime of an individual. So at that level, it is at the chromosome level, this study. We are actually in the process of making a project out of it. And another is epigenetic studies. Actually, that is my like hardcore interest. I would really like to see that, because you must have listened to Dr. Bruce Lipton, and there are a few others who talk about epigenetics, that we are, so the message is that we are actually not victims of our genes, but we can change it through meditation. So yes, I would like to take up those studies. We have already designed those studies, but due to few constraints, we were unable to start it. This was the second one. And in my profession, because I work as a cancer genetic counselor, so there we usually deal with the next generation sequencing, the NGS techniques. And so we do hereditary cancer testing through that technology. We can do the risk assessment for family members. If somebody gets cancer, then what is the risk for other family members? That part I do as a profession. But yes, when we want to correlate it with meditation, actually the science is like that DNA code, the genetic code does not change with outer aspects, meditation, lifestyle, anything. But the epigenetics changes. So yes, that is the target, and we have designed, and we will actually start it very soon. But till now, we have been unable to start the study due to one thing or the other. But yes, that is in the plan.
Thank you, Didi. It was nice, Especially, I'm more fascinated towards genetics and subject.
Okay.
Because that is where, things are changing. Even our genes are changing with this
Bilkul.
modified foods. And
Exactly.
they are interacting with us and our genes and our, many species have changed their DNAs.
Yes, yes.
So even if we human beings are also slowly, drastically, we are also changing. Our,
Yeah,
I studied, I came across one research where they have observed the DNA of human beings, a few hundred years back, and they were doing longitudinal study, and they found very interesting that our, genes are also changing.
Yeah, yeah. Like lot of variations are happening in the individuals. When we even the Indian population, when we talk about Indian population, so it's an admixture of certain so different groups, right? There are certain population genetic studies in India that there are different linguistic groups in India, and all the linguistic groups have different genetics. So there is a lot of genetic diversity. But I think you are saying as a human that, okay, as a human being also, with time, our DNA, like fundamentally it is changing. I think you are saying about that, right? But at population genetics level also, there are a lot of diversities. Like it's very fascinating actually. Which can tell us the ancestors, where do we belong, which population do we belong in our ancestry or something like that. But yes, about the future, what future will come up? Yes, genetics is changing for sure. Like we talk about a few genes are there, like on Y chromosome also. They say that, okay, Y chromosome, some part is actually shrinking on Y chromosome. And similarly in females also, there are some genes which are getting modified. But yes, that happens mainly through epigenetic mechanisms, different epigenetic mechanisms. But as such, the genetic code does not change. So if genetic code changes, we will not be humans anymore.
Thank you, Didi.
Yeah, it's interesting. Thank you.
The last question, if time permits. So when we are talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and we see, there is only slight difference between species when it comes to genetic makeup. We are able to identify that species only because of, a small percentage of variation between species and species.
Mm-hmm.
So can we, are there any studies that are being taken up? Even with we have animal assisted therapies and animal assisted interventions as part of this medical as well as behavioral interventions. And even, these wonderful furry animals and other, fellow beings are also part, and they are also, over a period of time learning from us, and they are also adapted most of our behaviors by observation or learning. And, so Didi would like to know if any such similar studies are also being conducted, like a meditation intervention. Of course, they are not at a higher level conscious, but still any such efforts where we can think upon or ponder upon.
Yeah, it's a good idea actually, but till now, I think such type of studies we have not initiated, where we can take other species as well. Such studies I don't think we have initiated, but so basically when we talk about meditation and earth, or maybe Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So suppose we on one side it is Raj Yoga, and on another side it is the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam thing. So Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam concept tells us that we all are one family, and in family there is diversity, right? In family, it does not mean that all will be same, but in family there is diversity. So when Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, suppose we are human beings. The society, if we take that, okay, we are human beings, but there are other species also, and this whole ecosystem is a family, right? Is a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So in Raj Yoga meditation or in Brahma Kumaris, if I talk about, then there is a concept that our vibrations, our energy vibrations impact the nature, right? So like you told, first thing which you have said, that our DNAs are similar. So some of the DNAs are similar. For example, lab rat or the mice, we do different experiments with the white mice. Some part of the DNA is similar to human beings. That's why we are able to study those genes in mice, right? We can do those experiments. Certain genes which have similarity to apes, like chimpanzees, gorillas, or the monkeys. So in monkeys, we can do certain experiments because there is similarity in those genes. But it's not like 99% of the DNA is similar. It's not like that. In human beings, yes. So human beings' DNAs are similar. It's 99.9% similar actually. Only that 0.01% is different in different individuals. It's like that. So if we see mice separately, so in the species of mice, they will have their composition of DNA or composition of their genetics that will be specific to the mouse breed or mouse species. But humans will be different, like that. But when we talk about as a whole, like whole earth, if you say, so in Raj Yoga, there is a concept that our vibrations, because we are talking about energy level, right? Humans will be there always. Dogs will be there always, suppose. Mice will be there, birds will be there, fishes will be there. But our vibrations impact the nature, impact other human beings, impact other species. So at vibration level, we actually, so suppose my peace will impact my immediate environment, and it will also impact the environment. It will also affect the trees, the birds, the other species also. So that way, there will be a correlation. And when you talk about the research studies in this aspect, not exactly the research study, but yes, certain experiments were done in certain areas of India, wherever we have centers, BK centers, on those crossings. We one or two centers were such that in their vicinities there was no incidence of any accident in past so many years. So wherever the center is, there are no accidents like that. And they had their data also. They talked to the police stations nearby, and they got the data that for last few years on this particular crossing, no accidents. So that might be effect of vibrations. And through that finding or through that background, some study was designed that, okay, we will do Mansa Seva. We call it Mansa Seva, where we send the vibrations to the environment, to the nature, and we see the results. What is the result? So that project was proposed very recently, and certain Raj Yogis or practitioners are actually working on that. But it's a little tough to measure that actually, because there can be some other reason for that same incident. But yes, they are checking that, okay, human and nature interaction like that.
That's so nice to hear. There are a lot of avenues where we can explore meditation. And I came across research that, especially these horse races, equine therapy, and the cows also, they are, kept under certain music or meditating music, so that they are more productive economically as well. And horses, which are used in races, they are also, being trained or being exposed to certain music so that they can improve their performance So I came across
That's
some
nice.
studies.
Yes, because they have certain adaptations. Like mice also, there are certain experiments on dogs, on mouse also. So they adapt. So they correlate certain things in their surroundings. So suppose a bell rings. When bell will ring, the dog will do certain thing. So they adapt. So maybe due through that mechanism, actually I'm not aware of such study which you are telling, but yes, through that adaptation mechanism in those animals, they actually are trained accordingly. And when they can be trained for different environments, they actually can be trained through meditation also. They can be more peaceful, less aggressive, and they can perform differently through meditation.
Thank you, Didi. It was really nice to explore, especially on this international conference on psychology. We had a great opportunity. Initially, because this was planned in a very short notice, and when me and Sumalata Didi was just planning some other event recently on World Earth Day. So we had a conference, and we were just thinking since long we did not conduct any psychology conference.
Okay.
So we thought we'll plan something, and this occasion also came up, the Psychology Day, which is celebrated at United Nations, and we had this American Psychological Association Psychology Week, and we thought, okay, quickly take the blessings of Almighty and do something. And when I spoke with my professors also, it said, oh, Ravindra, you just planned 1 week. Have you imagined this within a short time? 1 week conference, we can't even think of 1 day conference. And you just, floated out 1 week conference.
Okay.
And, it was like, what to do, everyone, we invited everyone, but, to come prepared, at least we take good time, at least 2-3 days enough, but it was very short notice, and within a week, everyone has to prepare. It was.
But I think many people have got the opportunity to express their views and to interact with each other also, right? So through your thoughts, a lot of service happened actually. And the concept is also very nice. Like you have connected psychology, well-being, and meditation. So like this combination. And if we actually keep meditation aside, then psychology and well-being also, and then spirituality aspect. So it's a deadly combination actually, and it is much needed in this era.
Yeah, that's what the theme also says. We're exploring the different ways of psychology. That's why we brought this theme as 56 divisions, specialties we have in American Psychological Association. These are basically specialties like child psychology, adult psychology, pediatric psychology. So we thought, okay, now that we can't be so specific, let's at least be so general that we explore different ways of psychology. So that has really brought out, it's, we have to say the major credit goes to Brahma Kumaris only, because, though we had other academicians and research scholars joining and presenting all over the week, but, the highlight of the program was especially from our Spark wing, from Brahma Kumaris. Every day, we have dedicated 7 to 8 to our Spark wing. And, we had good, blessed souls like you and all others who came and literally, they were part of this program and contributed. So I should convey my thanks to Sumalata Didi.
I'm also very thankful to Sumalata Didi actually. She's very nice.
Yeah.
Certainly, she does a lot of things actually.
Yeah. We both belong to our psychology department, alumni.
Okay.
So we share the common alumni.
Okay, that's nice.
So it was really nice having you on board, and that too on the last day, and that too on the occasion of Buddha Purnima. So very
Yes,
auspicious occasion.
yes, exactly. Happy Buddha Purnima.
Thank you, Didi, and wish you all happy Buddha Purnima too. And thank you once again for joining us, and we look forward for more sessions. And one more thing I have to mention specifically, that we are organizing this entire series as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And all these proceedings are going to come up in an ISBN publication for this entire 2 years. Even this presentation will also be part of that. So this is one of such unique kind, when we thought our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has given a call. So let's make this 75 years memorable. And he had given a call, Har Ghar Mein Tiranga. That was a unique concept where we never, unless and until we were academicians, teachers, politicians, or scientists, we never got the opportunity to fly, hoist a flag. But, that was a unique thing where, every Indian took the pride of hoisting their flag, our flag, their own homes. Even I have seen on the roadside also where people, were living with that Jogdi Pata, we call they also hoisted their flag on that. So,
Yes, so we see a lot of flags hosting on all the houses.
So it was like the great inspiration he has given. So we thought we should also do from the academic fraternity. So, and that's how we started. And our journey with thanks to the academic fraternity. And we have more than participants. 80% of the participants are minimum PG scholars. And all are, associate professors, assistant professors, professors. And, 80% of them all are academicians. We have very few like doctors, those are, not non-teaching academic professionals who are practitioners basically. So it's all, the great efforts of all together. In fact, I am just a facilitator here. And, the great inspiration was our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And it's all we together, we have, showed together as a fraternity, academic fraternity, that we can also contribute to this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. And we all together as one, as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we are moving forward, and we have almost completed our 1.5 year journey. And still few more months are left for 2 years completion. So
we have surely made it memorable actually.
It's all with our collaborative efforts. I am just a facilitator here. But
efforts of each one is important. So congratulations to the team actually, and Sumalata Devi also. She is not here, I guess, but I'm really thankful to her and you also, and the teams. I like the total team. So
thank you.
Because in this era, it's important actually, and it's when we get this opportunity, when we get these platforms, we get to speak on these things. And we get to know that, okay, there is so much which I don't know. And it's about me, right? Psychology and well-being, it's all about ourselves. So how we can make ourselves better and better with time. So,
thank you, Didi. Soon we will come up with the concluding event of these 2 years. We would like you to be also part of that event as well. Anyway, we are going to be together along with Brahma Kumaris also for that event. So we also invite you now itself to be part of this wonderful celebration. Thank you, Didi, all the way from joining us and giving your valuable time. Though you initially, it was intended for 1 hour, but we almost took 2 hours.
Yeah, it's almost 2 hours now.
And we didn't even realize that 2 hours just passed like that.
Yeah,
It's so nice the way you carried out the session. We didn't even realize the time. So nice of you.
Actually, you can consider that this session was planned by the Supreme only, by the Almighty only. Because today I did not plan it well, but I was like, okay, you only see whatever will happen will happen. But then he uses the instrument so well because Almighty knows that what every soul needs. So he just uses us as a medium actually.
Yes, yes. That's why I thought of sharing with you how we started, without no plan actually. In fact, we also left everything to Almighty and just said, okay, now it's up to you. That because the thought which came is from you only. So now
Yes.
we are just instruments. Now we are there for you. Whatever instructions you give, we are there to follow. And
Yeah.
that's how he wonderfully has taken and 1 week journey, with very good presentations and very good deliberations. It has gone very well, and thanks to all efforts, especially that's why the spark wing of Brahma Kumaris. I learned so much, and definitely there is a lot to be done. Today also, one speaker joined from Bangalore. She was also saying, our child was diagnosed ADHD, and she is also doing wonderful research. So I suggested her to reach out to our Spark so that she can get support from our Spark division, and she is also doing wonderful on her own. She is trying her best to psychologically correlate things and other things.
That's nice.
So once again, thank you, Didi, for joining all the way, and we wish you all the success in future endeavors.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Thank you, friends, for
You got muted, Dr. Ravindra.
yeah. Thank you, friends, for being with us. We are sharing the feedback form. So just ignore the session because we had this time limitation, so I was not sharing. But don't worry, you are connected. So it is this attendance being automatically tracked by the system. So we will move on to our next session for the day. So we have Mr. Ashutosh Dadich. He is Assistant Professor, Faculty of Nursing, Banstali Vidyapith, Rajasthan. And he is presently pursuing PhD in nursing from Banastali Vidyapith, Rajasthan. And he has BSc Nursing, MSc Psychiatric Nursing as his academic qualification, and he is going to present on recreational activity. Ashutosh, are you available on the platform now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I'm going to share my screen, but it will show disable.
Yeah, just a second. I will give you permissions. Yeah, now you can go ahead, ma.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me such a nice opportunity or providing such a used platform for my beginners. Thank you, Ravindra sir, for that giving me such a kind of opportunities. Once you talk about recreational when it will be needed, so it will be there. So we will come to know two words. It will be there. Recreational means recreate karna. Again, we have to recreate the things, and why it will be needed therapies, and to whom we have to need it. because the psychiatric patient, whether we will call it, whether it will be the mini patient or whether it will be the MR patient, because those the patients who all are IQ level, it will be very less, like mild, moderate, severe, profound. There it will be various kind of MR patient it will be available. But while we are giving recreational means, we could not, before that ma'am is talking about the meditation and yoga, such things we are talking about. But while we are talking about recreational therapy, it will cover all such things, because it will be cover motor activities, it will be cover sensory activities, it will be cover intellectual activities, all such things. In my point of view, it will be like uh, my point of view, it will be like how we have to busy oneself, or the as much as we can provide the busy schedule to a person, those the person who is recovered from the mental disorders. If he is very much busy, the patient who will recover from the depression, and he is very much busy in that, so he could not think about the suicide thoughts. So thoughts won't be coming out. So what is the aim? Why we are doing? Why we are introducing the recreational therapy? Because it may be leaded out to the social interaction, and it will be decrease the withdrawal tendency. Withdrawal tendency, it will be commit out from the social activities, like some person, the person, it will be feeling alone in a crowd also somehow. Sometime it will be we are feeling we are living or we are staying with our family, and always we are feeling alone type. So if we are playing such activities like carom, like badminton, like football, so we are engaging and we are communicating with each others, so we could not be withdrawn from the others, and our mind also it will be focused on such things. So that it will be very much needed, and it will be provide outlet feelings, and outlet feelings, it will be denoting to the express our feelings, how we are feeling means throughout the communication, throughout verbal communication, whether it will be the non-verbal communication, and it will be so. And along with that, it will be promote the our social acceptable behavior, our behavior also somehow. We know, while we are talking about the special person like psychiatric disorder person, or a child, those who are suffering from the psychiatric disorder, as we know, the society won't be accepted. And after those the patient has gone through with the treatment, and they want to come in the normal flow, like they want to come into the normal society and want to live normal life, our society people won't accept it. But once they are giving a freedom of speech, freedom of talking, freedom of doing all the activities like motor, sensory, and intellectual activities, so all they will accept it out. And there it will be again, there it will be chances, if as I given you the example regarding the games and all, once they will got the opportunities to do such things, so all will come to know, okay, what all are the talent it will be there. If we are thinking that the suppose MR patient, they could not able to do anything, but they are a very special child, they also can do, they have a different talent, and they can do more compared to the normal persons, like some skills it will be there. So that also it will be there, and there it will be some physical confidence will be developed out. Some principles we have to follow for that, uh, for the recreational therapy. One thing I just want to clarify regarding the recreational therapy, while we are talking about the illness, whether it will be the mental illness, whether it will be the physical illness, it will be directly come in our mind hospital, right? Once it will become in our mind hospital, but it won't be like, while we are talking about the recreational therapy, it will be the outside of the hospitals. All such things, it will be the outside of the hospital only we are doing so. Hello, is it my sound is audible?
Yes, ma'am, but your video is not visible. Video is mandatory.
Video, 1 minute, sir. Actually, I will try, sir.
Okay. Because at least we need to take a screenshot now.
Yes, sir. Is it now? It will be
Yeah, now it's fine.
okay, sir.
Okay, you can continue with your.
Okay, sir. So while we are 1 minute, sir, there will be some. While we are providing the recreational therapy, some principles means some basic concept you have to follow. Like that, it will be an while we are giving the recreational therapy, like swimming pool or other outside of our home and all. That it will be, we know they could not identify the which things they may harm, which could not be the harm. So that non-threatening environment should be provided, and the activity which we are providing them, that must be the relaxing therapy. It should not be like the patient will be get hyper of such if they are doing such activity, and they may hyper and they may start beating own self or the other person, they may harm other person also. That type of activities we have to provide it, and provide the activity that the patient has enjoyed. That type of activity we have to provide that the patient has an interest. Like as I told you, the various type of recreational therapies activities, it will be there: motor activities, sensory, and the intellectual activities. These are the three forms of activities it will be there. While we are talking about the motor forms, there it will be also, as I told, it will be depend upon the hobbies of the persons, which all are the hobby they are interested in. Like biking, they may try to drive the car, and the lakeside camping, mounting, all fishing, all such things it will be there. So, and these things it will be very necessary for that, and these it will be a fundamental accessories. And along with that, it will be needed like some games also it will be there, like hockey, footballs, and cricket. So whatever the things the person it will be interested, that we will do it. Along with that, while we are talking about the music, some therapies like dance therapy and all such things activities also it will be come into the recreational therapy only. And again, as we have seen, second one, sensory, that it will be related to five. As we know, in our body there is a 5 sense organs it will be present. So we have to use such things. Suppose some persons it will be like to playing game on the video game, that it will be in that it will be create to be thinking about the achieving the goals, like they want to win the games, that it will be helping through our eyes. And some person it will be needed to be the auditory, they want to listen, like music therapy, as we have seen it. Some of the things, intellectual activities means some persons it will be needed to reading books, or some devotional books like Bhagavad Gita and all such things it will be there. So they may interest it out, like debating, as we have last topic jitne hamare debate last topics jo hue hain, that we have debate about regarding the politics. Some persons will be like Narendra Modi, as I have seen some person it will be like Rahul Gandhi. It will be goes through. So it will be never ending debating. What is the use of such things means? It will be diverting of the mind, particular disorder or particular disease which the person was suffering from the earlier things. Okay, so that it will be needed it out. Some disorders which will be needed recreational therapy. So which all are the disorders it will be there? That it will be the anxiety disorders, depressive, mania, schizophrenia, dementia, childhood, especially childhood can in the we will talk about the childhood disorder. And if we are talking about the recreational therapies, it will be the autism we are preferring. And the mild mental retardation ki, when we are talking about the mental retardation, mainly if we are talking about the profound, that it will be the IQ level below the 30, it will be there. So that could not be, we can say that the particular person is fully dependent on that. So he could not do anything. But while we are talking about the mild and moderate, those IQ level is 70 or above 50, they can do some activities, or we can allow the person to do activities like motor activities, playing games, and allow the person to be listening the music and dance therapy and all such things. It will be there. While there it will be some examples for the disorder, what the things they can do for the particular disorders, like anxiety disorders. Those the person are suffering from anxiety disorders, they may need aerobic activities like walking, jogging. So one more concept I just want to clarify, that while we are talking about the anxiety and the stress, there it will be some interrelation between the anxiety and stress. It will be there. Anxiety, it will be like we are getting some fear while we are facing the such situations also. If we are facing that situation, after that also we are feeling some fearness and some stress. It will be like if we are faced the situation, afterwards we could not get any fear, right? That it will be the stress. So anxiety, it will be very much every person nowadays, it will be common. It will be there, like if you are asking a small child also, he will tell that I'm suffering from anxiety and all. So we can suggest them to walking, jogging, and other activity, aerobic activity, gym. Nowadays it will be common, the young generation are going through the gym and all, so they can do it. While we are talking about the depressive, and if we are talking about the depression, we could not forget about the suicide. Nowadays very commonly seen, as I am belong to be Rajasthan, and in Rajasthan there it will be a city of Kota. And as everyone knows that Kota, it will be the city of the known for the coaching for IIT, and that they are preparing for the doctors and all. But nowadays the Kota also known for the suicidal city also, because every day we are hearing one or two students are suicide for that, because of the depression, because of the competitions. So for that, what the advice we can give throughout our daily activities, daily living, day-to-day activities, rather than that we will go for the non-competitive sports. That it will be the important one, because if we will go through with the depressive patient for the competitive sports, then again it may be lead it out, or he may think कि भैया मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता हूँ, I can't, if he may lose it out, अगर वो हार जाता है तो he may think about that, I could not do. So such kind of sports we can say him to be do some non-competitive exam, which provide outlet of angers, or just give that may it would be a release the anger, like jogging, walking, running, and all such things we can do it. Some manic disorders also it will be there. As we know, mania, it will be the known for the hyperactivity disorder, right? And that in that particular the patient is activities, it will be increased. He could not sit on a on particular chair, or on a particular seat for more than 5 minutes. So it will be more energetic person, it will be there. So what we have to do for such kind of patient, we can provide the like game that they can release their energy, like badminton. It will be consuming very much consuming the very much energy. So such kind of activities we can give them. And one more, as I told you, some schizophrenic patient, it will be there, especially they are mentioning it out, recreational therapy it will be needed for paranoid schizophrenia. Why it will be so paranoid schizophrenia? It will be, we can say that particular they are they are doubting on their partners, like the wife is doubting on their husband, and someone is talking outside of the house, and the patient may think about that they may talking about myself only, they are trying to kill me, they will kill me. While they are giving a water, they are thinking that they put some poison in that. Like these type of thinking it may be arise. So what kind of therapy we can give? We can approach the patient to concentrate activities like chess, so he could not be think about the other things. Like we are trying to ask to be do for the puzzles. One more type of the schizophrenia, it will be the catatonic schizophrenia. It will be like, so in this, what will happen in that the particular person or particular patient, it will be for the stuffing like for hours. It will be in a one position, he will be stand like 12 hours or 15 hours. He could not move his body. So whether it will be the patient is feeling pain also, he could not move. One position he made and he could not move for the long hours. So what kind of things we can do for such kind of a patient? So we will ask for the social activities, and we will ask to contact with the reality that you could not do such things, you could not be make the stuff your body, and we will make them to for the dancing and athletics and all such things we can do it. As we know, dementia, it will be the like forgetting all such things. So we will ask to be repeating the things and craft things and project, so it will be increased to be focused on the particular activities. And as I told you that it will be the childhood and adolescent disorder, nowadays it will be the uh, uh, biggest problem that they social media and the we can say that addiction, drug addiction, it will be lead it out in Rajasthan. Nowadays it will be very common that afim and very small children are using. As we have you ever hear the city name of Puskar? There it will be a lot of small children are using such things, and they could not commit out for that. So we will ask to work it out on the basis of himself, and they may feel our importance in our society, that we have to need to be teach them and include them to be the playing and some storytelling, painting, and whatever the interest if they are having, that we can do it. Along with that, we will ask or we will do, and we will involve the children into the sports, so they can release their excessive energy, that it will be helpful. Now it will be the mental retired person, that it will be the from the birth itself it will be there, but there it will be the various type of MR it will be available. So some, as I told earlier, that mild and the moderate, those the person IQ level, it will be the above 50, they can do such activities as in this showing, that they can walk, they can dance, they can swing, they can playing ball. So we will involve them, and it will be lead it out to be the, they may feel it out that they are the part of the society. That is all, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, congratulations. So very well presented. It is very much required nowadays, because we are more or less becoming potato couches.
Right.
We are not having much of flexibility or mobility. Lot of very less physical exercise. So these recreational activities are a great relief for us. Maybe we need to focus especially on these activities. Very well presented. It was also very contextual.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, and look forward for more sessions. Wishing you all the success.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So we'll move on to next session. So Monica, are you available, ma'am?
Yes, good evening, sir.
Yeah, just
Am I audible, sir?
yeah, ma'am. One second. Yeah, you can now start your session, ma. Start your video, audio, and presentation with your introduction. We request all the presenters to kindly wait until your presentations are over. I know you've already got as a last opportunity. Generally, we don't give opportunity in the last minute, and that you came at the net, almost in the valedictory session you requested, but we have considered. So be patient and stay back. Wait till your turn and complete your presentations, because this is the last day. Yeah. You
Yes.
can continue with
Yes,
your
sir.
intervention.
Yes, sir. Very good evening to everyone. And my special thanks to Ravindra sir for giving us such great opportunities at the last moment. And thank you so much, all the organizers and my scholarly colleagues and my seniors. I'm very thankful that we have the opportunity to share a few of our views about this in the field of psychology. My name is Monica, and I am presently pursuing my PhD from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad, and I'm also working as an assistant professor in the Lingyas Vidyapith University in Faridabad. So after long practice in the psychological field, that is in the field of psychology, in the field of mental health awareness and all, I just joined the teaching platform. Why I have opted the teaching platform? Because in my long research point and plus my job experience, I just came to know that there are so many there are so many people who are so much ignorant about mental illness, and I thought of why first empower our youth society. Okay, so that's yes. Hello, am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, ma, please continue.
Sorry for the interruption. Okay, so my topic is on addiction to online gaming and attachment styles in teenagers. It's a small systematic literature review. It's a kind of review article which I have, studied, and it is much related to my PhD research topic. So, without taking much time, I just want to give a short introduction on this research topic. The infants. Now, let us try to understand the meaning of attachment styles. Okay, so before that, let us try to understand why this attachment style is very much important to understand for every individuals. Now, infants and their carers begin to develop attachment styles at a very young age, and we all are aware. And these attachment styles are significant influences on a person as they mature into adulthood. When a person reaches adulthood, the attachment types they develop as children have an effect on how their connections with their family, friends, and romantic partners turn out. Okay, so it is very important to understand the basic psychosocial development of an individual to judge or to make any kind of labeling, which I have been hearing from so many experts, that it is in this today's session that is very important to understand the home environment, the how children are raised, okay, in order to avoid or prevent any mental disorders in the future. Teenagers and adults are increasingly using social networking sites for online communication, and some research indicates that a small portion of individuals who use social networking sites are excessively may develop addictions. A growing collection of research and investigated how attachment types affected internet addiction more generally and addiction to social media more specifically. Okay, so addiction. Now, after that, let us try to understand the definition or the concept of attachment styles. Secure attachment style, these are typically characterized by the comfort with relationship as well as feelings of independence. And it is also considered as a healthy attachment style. Now, anxious or preoccupied attachment style, an anxious attachment style, typically it results from a strong dependency on relationship and other people. It is also considered a negative attachment style. Now, dismissive or avoidant attachment style, an avoidant attachment style is distinguished by reluctance to become close to others and to rely on them, preferring to maintain independence. This is also considered an unhealthy attachment style. Fearful or disorganized attachment style. Now, in this, there is a fear of intimacy and avoidance in the relationship. So building, now these are the signs in the disorganized attachment. Now, it is also considered an unhealthy attachment pattern as well. Yes. Now, addiction and types of addiction. There are two types of addiction. That one is physical and one is behavioral. Behavioral and physical addiction frequently coexist, and addiction can be either. Hundreds of addictions have been identified by science and medicine, despite the fact that alcohol and tobacco addiction are the most well-known types of addiction. Now let us try to understand the physical addiction. Addiction to physical substances are typically more known. These are the dependencies on chemical that a person consumes or else puts into their body. Among the most prevalent physical addictions are alcohol, tobacco, opioids, prescription drugs, cocaine, marijuana, amphetamines, hallucinogens, and inhalants. Now, after that, what do we understand by behavioral addiction? When someone loses control of their conduct to engage in actions that produce momentary emotions of happiness. This is refers to as behavioral addiction. An individual starts to behave obsessively on a behavior after being dependent on the pleasurable emotions that follows from a particular acts. The types are food addiction, sex addiction, pornography addiction, using computer and or cell phones, like that is like mobile phone addiction or smartphone addictions, video game addiction, work addiction, spiritual obsession, not to be confused with other religious devotion. Now, shopping addiction, exercise, and gambling addiction. In exercise addiction, there is like they have to lose weight. They're so much obsessed in their concept, they even forget everything that they're used to and engage in doing lots of physical workouts and exercises. Okay. Now, internet use and online gaming addictions are frequently listed as a regular behavior that may develop into behavioral addictions. There is a mounting evidence that non-drug addictions are coping mechanism and that attachment style, particularly in young individuals, are likely to be important factors in emergence of such addictions. Now, it is in the 2018 edition of the International Classification of Diseases, the World Health Organization added gaming disorder or online gaming as a new disease. The DSM-5 published by the American Psychiatric Association, however, did not. Okay, now the signs of online gaming addiction are often or frequently having thoughts related to gaming. They are so much obsessed that while doing any kind of physical activity in the present, their mind is very much indulged and engaged in other gaming process or other activities related to gaming and not concentrating on the present status of mind. Feeling awful if you can't play and needing to play more and more to feel better. It's a sign of addiction. Not being able to stop playing or even reduce it. The excessive use of online gaming, and the person is not able to stop even though she understands, and people all in their near and dear ones area, advise that it is not a good idea or activity, but still they are not able to accept the fact, not wanting to engage in activity they used to enjoy. Experiencing issues with your gaming at work, school, or home. Despite this issue, lying about how much time you spend playing to those who are close to you, that is hiding their own timetable or daily routines to their parents or their caregivers. Okay. Now the research objective of my this research paper is to understand the relationship between attachment styles and online gaming addiction in teenagers, to identify the cause of online gaming addiction in teenagers, to examine the root cause of attachment issues in young individuals. Now, methods. It's a literature review point. After searches in the following databases: Scopus, Web of Science, WebPub, and ProQuest, and Google Scholar, a total of 40 works that were published between 2000 and 2022 match the inclusion requirement. I have extracted data from 2000 to 2022. Why 2000? Because during the COVID era, the use of internet online site has been increased day by day, because it was only the main connectivity between individuals, maybe in the academic sector or maybe on relationship sector. We all have to engage in the online platform only to remain in a group or to remain in touch with their work front or any academic platform. Maybe they are students or working professionals, and the most age group that has been affected and that has a negative impact is all from the age group of 9 to 18 years of age, young individuals. The search strategies include attachment styles and addiction, social media addiction, and online gaming addiction. Different researchers were included studies on young individuals who scored low grades in academics, and those areas were included where we have found that the students were getting low grades in academics because it has been their mental energy and physical energy has been substituted by the online gaming. Those students who are good in studies, they all are addicted to online gaming. Individuals whose parents are both in working are also included in their studies in this study. Why? Because see, when they were doing the online work, the these kids, just young individuals, these teenagers are they feel left out because they're not getting any quality time that they used to spend with their friends while playing outside or even with their parents. So they are indulged in that area which they think that they should enjoy, which is giving them mental pleasure. So especially these online sites are one of the platform that they think that it is the most enjoyable part of their life. Now, Prisma model that I have followed, that is identification, screening, eligibility, and inclusion, where number of records returned from the database search, number of additional records identified from other sources, now number of records remaining after removal of duplicates. Now, after number of records screened by title and abstract, number of records excluded with reasons, number of articles assessed by full text, number of articles excluded with reasons. Okay, now number of studies included with the systematic review, and finally number of studies included in the meta-analysis. Now I have mentioned only the few literature review, the studies which I have taken from the internet. These are the author, country, age, sample size, studies design, outcome, and results. These are also given, and result and discussion. Results showed a substantial correlation between insecure attachment, anxious and avoidant, and more frequent and dysfunctional uses of online gaming and its addiction. Results shows that people with insecure attachment seem to turn to online gaming sites to make up for the compensate for the lack of affection from those around them. Example, family and peer groups. Thank you so much, sir. Ravindra, sir. have completed my presentation, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Any expert comments and expert suggestion, I'll be very thankful, sir.
Yeah, anyone has any queries, comments? You can unmute yourself and share. So one thing I would like to tell we need more extensive research. It's a good effort by you. And because we are more and more dependent on gadgets.
Yes, sir.
So we are even unable to recognize what is addiction and what is not.
True.
Because it all depends on the purpose for which we use the device. We cannot get away with the device, as you know, from everything, from paying bills or from booking cab and everything, including calling and monitoring our home security systems, CCTV systems, or even tracking our family members when they are going outside in cab. Like almost every moment we are becoming more and more dependent on our devices. And as you know, the more and more technology services have become more easy, we are also wasting a lot of time. You know, now that we got net, high-speed net, we started watching all these social media OTT apps we have installed, and wherever we are going now, it is free now. But yes, that may be free. Of course, it may be free, but at the same time, it may be coming for a cheaper price, but your time is not free. Your time is valuable. You know, your presence is valuable to your family, your children.
Yes,
you cannot preoccupy yourself with, we cannot preoccupy ourselves with gadgets, and our relationships are getting strained. So all these aspects are there. And today, many people, you know, are not able to differentiate. And these notifications are also creating a lot of stress and anxiety. Every moment we get some notification and we get, and people lost the art of communication with these devices, you know. Everything happens on WhatsApp only.
Yes,
even the education happens, the people are getting degrees also in WhatsApp only.
Yes.
They don't even have the habit of calling and, you know, trying to find out or trying to communicate. Even nowadays, everything, even from starting to ending, everything is happening in the WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram, or, you know, using these gadgets. We are lacking that human touch, human communication. That is very important. Maybe we can focus on that as well, along with other aspects. So we need to conduct research on that. Maybe we can bring more focus so that, you know, people start realizing, and yes, that is also important. At the same time, this is also important. We cannot get away with the gadgets. At the same time, we need to make best use of the gadgets so that they do not impact our human relationships or communications. Very well presented. And
thank you so much.
Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good night to all. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. Madam, I liked your topic a lot because I am not a very online person. Only these 2 years of pandemic, I came to know about laptop, because I have maintained my laptop 13 years because I didn't use it only. Because I'm from a social work background, counseling. So I learned computer ABCD from this one pandemic time only. And I'm not very attached to phone. When I'm traveling in bus in Bangalore, I see all the people in the bus, their hands are so fidgety with the what they will do till when they sit in the seat till they get down in the stop, they are full messaging. So much they are attached to it, and speaking is becoming very less, and interaction is seeing face to face is become very less. Going and meeting people, attending social gathering, that and all is becoming very less. So your topic really impacted me a lot, because I am not a very online person, so I am very talkative and very outgoing, and I like always live interactions. I like meeting people, like talking. If one day I don't talk, they'll ask what happened to you, because I can't keep my mouth shut, because I really learned computer this 2 years to attend meetings in demands and other forums, because everything became online because of COVID. Now
Because of COVID-19,
yeah,
yes, true.
from scratch I learned everything, because I don't know
Okay.
anything about this computer and laptop. My father bought and gave me 2011 till 21. That laptop was 21 only. 20 only that laptop got some use. So your topic is very impacted me, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful topic. Then God bless you.
Thank
All
you
the best.
so, ma'am. Thank you so much. God bless you to you, ma'am. Thank you so
All
much.
the see more. Hope to see you in more sessions, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am. We'll meet again.
Yes, so good evening, everyone. Am I audible enough? Hello?
Yeah, Christina, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Ravindra and our presenter, Ms. Monica. Thank you very much for this topic, and thank you for the great, the elaborate lecture. I have gained a lot from the session, and I want to say that especially on this attachment, a lot of social relationships have been broken because of the use of social media and
Yes.
other electronic, where everyone sticks to his gadget and any of the social media, ranging from Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and other sites, other
Yes, the
social
devices.
media sites. Yes, and also work on the computer system, and also the Zoom meetings like like this one we are having. So people have got individual. Social interactions is becoming is going out of essence. And then families are even hardly connected as they used to be, because you can see a family of five, everyone on his system per time, and then there is no physical interaction or communication. So I really want to appreciate you for this topic discussed, and then I want to say that I've really gained a lot from this session. I wish that this topic will continue to be discussed, and people will get to know the advantage that we really have as social beings as we interact socially. Let's go back to the fact that interpersonal relationship emphasis, where people relate one on one rather than relating via communication, the internet, and all of that. Thank you very much. I really learned a lot from this session, particularly on the topic you just stated. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you,
very much.
Christine.
Thank you to Dr. Ravindra for this great opportunity of learning. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, then we will move on to our next session. And next we have Virendra Kumarji. We have with us Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. He is Assistant Professor, Computer Science and Engineering, Govind Vallabh Institute of Engineering and Technology from Uttarakhand. He is also RTA resource person for Uttarakhand Information Commission, Dehradun, and also an advocate. You can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation. Sir.
Yes, I am unmuted. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please come.
Yes, my video is also enabled. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Sir, how we will get the certificate? Whether we have to fill it?
You are working as an assistant professor, if I am not wrong.
Yes, sir.
You don't have patience. You are disturbing in between the session. You came in the last minute. First of all, we gave you opportunity. You don't have that gratitude also. Is this the way to behave?
No, sir. Actually,
no. What is that? You can always contact now. You are a professor. You are an assistant professor. You don't know how to behave on the platform.
Actually, I just drop for you message that I didn't.
You have to have patience. How you can be so impatient?
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir.
See, when we are professors, we should know how to behave. How much, how much it takes resources and time and efforts to organize.
Sorry, sir.
To understand these things, we should be conducting these sessions, or we should be answering to your queries. Everything is there on the website. Can't you read all the instructions? How to get website, how to contact regarding a certificate. When we call ourselves as a professor, we don't know how to read 4 pages on the website. What it reflects on us?
Sorry, sir, for that.
Not having degrees is not a great thing. You know, how we acquire those degrees is also very important. We are also human beings like you. And we gave you opportunity. You don't have that gratitude, and you are in between asking for a certificate now. That means you did not read the instructions. Why you have joined the conference without reading that? Is it not your responsibility? See, we should know how to behave on a public platform when we call ourselves as an academicians. See, I always control myself, you know. I can also talk to you like, but you will lose your respect on the platform. So don't do such silly mistakes. You read it, everything, when your certificate will be given, where it will be updated, everything is mentioned on the platform, on the website, on the registration form. Now you are asking again. I am observing you from the moment you have joined. You are very impatient. You are continuously sending messages. First of all, giving you opportunity is a very big mistake from my side. Don't make people regret for giving you opportunity.
No, not my intention. It will be not like this, sir.
Then what is your intention to disturb in between the conference?
No, sir. Sorry, sir, for that if I hurt you, sir.
See, that's why, we need to understand that I can also talk to behave like you. But it is not, I don't want to, you know, pinpoint others in front of the platform. That's why I keep quiet. You need to understand.
Yes,
not
sir.
You, anyone. See, when we are giving last opportunity, you just came and we gave you opportunity. You should be patient enough. See, what is the time now? All the participants are waiting. There are speakers waiting, and you have utilized your opportunity, and you can't wait for a conference to be concluded. Why you are so impatient? These things we should learn. What is the use of acquiring so much years of experience and so many degrees? I'm very sorry to say and communicate like this. This is not the way we have to behave. It will convey a wrong message to the entire fraternity. And what will our students think? Our faculties itself are behaving like this. And what they will teach us? This is an international platform, and it is being streamed live, and across, we have participants from across 90 countries, 100 countries. And people are watching us. And what will think? We should be considerate of all this, conscious of all these. And what people will think after seeing this video? See how this professor is behaving. Just now he got opportunity, and again he's troubling the organizers. Especially when we are in public forum, we should know how to behave. There are certain things which can be taken up on mobile or on WhatsApp, not on the platform immediately. And without reading instructions, do not ask any questions. Everything is there on the website. And have you ever conducted any conference in your college? How much pain it takes? And we are organizing daily one conference, one event. Do you know how much efforts it needs? And you can't be patient daily, how much efforts we need to complete all the procedures every day from morning to evening. We need to organize event, and we need to conclude event also. And why you are so impatient and do not have any empathy towards organizers? How difficult it is, do you know? We should not tell, because we all are organizing. Yes.
Yes, sir. Sorry for that. If I hurt you, sir. Really sorry.
No, it's not hurting, because you are also like my brother. We all are like brothers in the academia. We all are colleagues, in fact.
Yes, sir. Actually,
how we are behaving like this, as if we don't have any empathy, concern to our fellow brothers and sisters.
No, sir. Actually, one of my colleague, he has participated in that. So he has asked me to ask. So he is continuously asking. So I just asked. Sorry for that.
You should tell them, go to website and see. If you don't find on the website, you can always call us. We are there always. But these things should not be discussed here, because you are not only wasting our organizers' time, but also speakers' time, but also other participants' time. How responsible we are?
Sorry, sir.
Okay, you visit website, there you can check all the details.
Yes, sir, I have already seen it. All such things. It will be graphically, it will be
mentioned. And let me tell you, to all the conference participants and presenters, I will be off for a personal reason for 1 week. So after 1 week only, when I come back, all the certificates will be processed. So you have to wait minimum 1 week. After 1 week, I will come back. I am on leave from tomorrow onwards. So after 1 week, I will come back. After 1 week, we'll start processing. In another 1 week, you will get all the certificates. Whoever it is, I'm communicating now on the platform. So till 1 week, no queries will be entertained regarding certificates. And everyone has to complete the formalities as mentioned. Without, you read it 10 times, 100 times, that doesn't matter, but you have to complete the formalities. Then only you are going to get certificates. Forget about other platform, other organizations. Our organization has a system. We have rules and regulations. We will follow what is said by our team and what is said by our organization. If you follow, you will get. If you don't follow, you will not get. As simple as that. See, we are putting so much effort. See, 1.5 years, we are putting efforts. Why? We are representing as an academic fraternity. Tomorrow, this will go to government, that we all professors, we all research scholars together, We also have taken part in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we have disseminated so much knowledge. And this entire credit is going to everyone, each and everyone who is participating, each and everyone who is presenting, and how much responsible we should be. We should not be so selfish, that we jump into conduct session and forget and keep troubling organizers. This is not the way. If you don't understand, better don't come in. No, we have Virendra Kumarji. He is joining every day. He is sparing time, and many participants are there. Those who join regularly, they also do a lot of valuable presentations. He has shared lot of information with us. We need to understand. We cannot be so insensitive about the things that are happening. Sorry for that. Sorry, Virendra Kumarji. Had to.
No problem. Okay.
So yeah, so we have Virendra Kumarji. He would be presenting on criminal psychology and other theories of criminology. We welcome you, sir, on this platform once again, and over to you for your session.
Thank you so much, sir. Today we shall see some important theories of criminology. The aim of criminology is to reduce crimes in society. Crime cannot be completely eliminated, but it can be reduced to a great extent. And criminology is a branch of sociology. I have my credentials in this field are that I have done MA in criminology and criminal justice administration. It is one of the rarest branches in arts. I am neither a psychologist nor a medical practitioner, so I am neither, say, psychiatrist nor I am psychologist. But being a criminal lawyer, I am interested in this field, and there are 12 important theories of criminology. I will not be able to cover all, but we shall see 3 major theories out of these theories. Why people commit crime or the causation of crime. So we shall see these different theories and important terminologies associated with that. And we shall see classical theory, biological theory, as well as the psychological theory of criminology. So we shall see some important terms as well as key concepts of this. First is the causality, that is causation of crime. Why people commit crimes? So this is a concept more applicable to the hard sciences. Does the appearance of X cause effect Y? In a perfect relationship, the appearance of X always cause the effect Y. Each and every time the relationship is seen. So causality is actually cause-effect relationship. And here we do some experimental research to find out the cause and effect relationship between different variables. Here particularly causation of crime. Then empirical validity. Empirical is based on observation. So this is the most important factor in evaluating a theory, and means that the theory has been supported by research evidence. So lots of research have been conducted, and there are 12 important theories, out of which we shall cover 3 theories here in detail. Ideology. It is a belief system and a set of core values or philosophy. In a pure sense, an ideology states or explains how things should be, and a theory explains how things actually are. To give an example, we see the difference between law and crime. Law is an ideal, how things should be as per law. Crime is what you and me every day read in newspapers, that is a violation of law. In a sense, they are antonyms, because violation of criminal law itself is considered as a crime. So when we talk of law, we talk of the ideology, how the things should be. So it's an ideal. It may or may not be followed in practice, and that is what gives rise to crimes. Now, internal logical consistency. So a theory needs to be presented in a logical manner and to have clearly stated propositions that agree with or do not contradict one another. So restated, does the theory make logical and consistent sense? So many researchers have tried to explain logically and consistently this position of crime. Then there are macro theories as well as micro theories, because some people believe that criminals are born, some people believe that criminals are made by the society. In even movies, we see some justification that because of the circumstances, person becomes criminal. So why does a person become criminal or why does a person commits crime? So macro theories of criminal behavior explain the big picture of crime. Just like we have macroeconomics and microeconomics. Similarly, here we have macro and micro theories. Crime across the world or across society. They attempt to answer why there are variations in group rates of crime. Other authors have used the terms epidemiology or social structural theory. In India, we had earlier nomadic tribe or say criminal tribe. After independence, they were renamed to scheduled tribes. So what Britishers has named as criminal tribe were later say renamed as scheduled tribe, and they were included in the schedule of the constitution. So can it be attributed to a particular tribe, or can we say generalize the things like this, that a particular society or say a particular country has these types of crimes? So these are questions that are related to macro theories. Then we come to micro theories. So micro theories of criminal behavior focus on a small group of offenders or on an individual crime. That is why a particular person became a crime. They attempt to answer why some individuals are more likely than others to commit crime. We call this criminal propensity. That is a tendency of a person to become criminal. Other authors have used the terms individual conduct or processual theory. Then there is necessary condition. This means that X must be present to produce effect Y. If X is not present, Y will not occur. So this is cause-effect relationship study. Then another important term is parsimony. This refers to how many propositions, steps, or statements are involved. How simple is the theory? So different variables or the say things that are interrelated. So we try to say find out a model or say we use the word parsimony here. So how many propositions, steps, or statements are involved in a particular theory? The policy implications. If the theory is empirically valid, then what solutions are suggested? That is the remedial measures. That is by observation. If something is proved, then what do we do to reduce crimes? That is the treatment. Then the probabilistic causality, a concept more applicable to the social sciences. So X is more or less likely to cause effect Y. Restated, X tends to cause Y. So when we study cause-effect relationship, we also measure this probabilistic causality. Then the scope refers to how much or how many types of crime or deviance the theory covers. When we talk about social deviance, that is say deviation from the normal, what we consider as a normal behavior. So the deviant behavior is a type of say nearer it approaches criminal behavior. A soft determinism. The view that human behavior is not wholly caused, determined, or predictable by any set of biological, psychological, or sociological forces. That is, it is an indefinite behavior. That is one of the beliefs in the soft determinism. But that these interact with exercise of choice and will by individuals. In fact, there is also one theory that it's called free will theory, that individuals are aware and they do the crime deliberately or intentionally. That is also one of the theories. Therefore, explaining or predicting human behavior is difficult. A sufficient condition, that is, each time X is present, effect Y will always occur. So, this is the sufficient condition. So, we talk about necessary condition, sufficient condition, and necessary and sufficient condition. Then tautology or circular reasoning. It's related to logic. So, if a theory states that greed causes people to commit crime, that is, people running after physical facilities, and then says we know John is greedy because he committed a crime, it becomes impossible to subject the theory to the scientific process. In this case, you will find that greed has been defined as someone who commits a criminal act. The circle of the reasoning never stops. So this is circular reasoning. Then testability, that is whether we can test, whether we can verify particular theory. So to be valid and ultimately useful, a theory must be able to subject it to scientific research. That is scientific methodology, research methodology should be applicable. The theories must be maybe untestable if they are tautological. And there are some of the older theories also in the field of criminology that belong to this, and all of the theories are not testable. Propose causes that are not measurable or are so open-ended that empirical findings can always be interpreted to support the theory. So testability is another factor on which we measure these different, say, or compare different theories. Theory, in simple words, theory is an explanation of something. Here we are trying to explain the causation of crime. The theories of criminal and deviant behavior. Criminal is, say, we have again legal and social definition of crime. So violation of criminal law is what we call as criminal behavior, and violation of ethics, morality is or something that is not acceptable to society, that we call as the social definition. So we have legal definition of crime, we have social definition. So something that is not acceptable to society, we call it as deviant behavior, although strictly it may not be legally criminal. Here in this category, attempt to explain why an individual commits criminal or delinquent acts. So delinquent behavior generally we use in cases with say juvenile delinquent or the children where there is propensity of there is criminal propensity and there are chances of reform, particularly before say 21 years of age, and they are treated lightly because there are chances of reform so that they don't become hardcore criminals or the recidivist or habitual criminals. The theories of law and criminal justice. So theories in this category attempt to explain how laws are made and how the criminal justice system operates as a whole. In fact, we have different fields of sociology that include criminology, penology, victimology, aparadh shastra in Hindi, dand shastra, and we also have victimology that focuses on compensation to victims. So we have criminal law as well as social law and law of torts. Usefulness. This refers to the real-world applications that the theory proposes or suggests and the ability to implement those applications. So that is the usefulness of the theory. Now we see some useful concepts. Theories are useful tools that help us to understand and explain the world around us. In criminology, they help us to understand the working of the criminal justice system and the actors in the system. Now, whenever we use this word criminal justice system, actually I am in criminology and criminal justice administration, we consider 4 different pillars of criminal justice administration. What are these 4 pillars? The first pillar we consider as police. Second pillar we consider as the prosecution, that is the advocates of police. And third pillar we consider as judiciary or the judges. And the fourth pillar we consider as prison or jail, or what we nowadays call as correctional administration. So police, prosecution, judiciary, and say jails. These are the 4 pillars of criminal justice administration. Theory suggests the way things are, not the way things ought to be. The theories are, these are explaining the crime. They are not explaining law or the ideal or the thing that ought to be. So these are say, theories related to criminology. These are not related to the law. So they are not inherently good or bad. However, they can be used for good or bad purpose. So why people commit crime and causation of crimes, we can attempt to explain with the help of this theory. A theory can try to explain crime for a huge social unit or area, that is macro theory, or it can attempt to explain crime at the individual or smaller unit level called the micro theories. And because we are dealing with human behavior, the social sciences will never be like the hard sciences. So hard sciences are definite like physics, chemistry, biology, or mathematics. But in the hard sciences, the theory of relativity will not change. But in the social sciences, however, we deal with probabilities. And therefore, we cannot measure exactly, and we use it, say, the stochastic variables here. The social scientists will say things such as, a severely neglected child will probably commit or tend to commit delinquent acts. For example, we consider broken homes, not broken houses. We talk of broken homes. That is where, say, parents have divorced or other such things. What adverse effect it has on the child. Some theories try to explain these things also. Views for maximum effectiveness, theories must make sense. That is logical consistency. Aim as much crime as possible, that is the scope, and be as concise as possible, that is the parsimony. So it must be concise theory. More importantly, the theory must be true or correct. That is the validity of the theory. Having made these basic goals, the theory must then have some real world applications and policy applications. That is how we can apply it to practical field. Many theories have common traits, but differences among them still exist. And there are different criminologists and penologists who have suggested different types of theories. Understanding these differences is key to understanding the often contradictory views of crime and deviance they purport to explain. I would also here like to explain the difference between criminology and victimology. Criminology is a social science that aims at prosecuting the offender, while victimology, the aim of victimology is to compensate the victim. So both these theories are different. Here in criminology, the focus is on the criminal. In victimology, the focus is on the victim. So that is how these two branches of social sciences differ. And in penology, Danda Shastra, how to punish criminals. So for that, there are different theories of penology, and that's how these fields of criminology, penology, and victimology are related to sociology. So we review the goal of criminological theory to help one gain an understanding of crime and criminal justice. Theories cover the making and breaking of the law, criminal and deviant behavior, as well as patterns of criminal activity. Individual theories may be either macro or micro, and theories can be used to guide policy making and can be evaluated on a number of criteria, including clarity, scope, parsimony, traceability, practical usefulness, and empirical validity. And now we consider the theories in detail. First, we see the deterrence and rational choice theory. That is, whenever a person does. So, there also in penology, there is theory of deterrent behavior. Say, for example, people demand that somebody should be hanged in public. Why he should be hanged in public? So that the other people or those who are thinking like him should have a deterrent effect, and these things should not happen again. So there is absolute deterrence. This refers to the amount of crime that has been prevented simply due to the fact that a normal system is a formal system is in place, so that an individual could be say legally punished for committing a criminal act. So prevention, that is imprisonment, is one goal. Deterrence, that is other people should be deterred from committing crime. These are some of the goals of penology. Then acute conformation, that is one of three types of individuals coined by Bogalski. These individuals comply with the law because it is the right thing to do. These are the acute conformation, what we call as a law-abiding citizen. So there are boot camps. This is quite an old term, not the modern day boot camps related to law, computer trials. Not that meaning. The boot camps are the programs used in place of incarceration, that is imprisonment, and based upon a military model of discipline and order. These programs are designed to have a deterrent effect on young offenders, but they are generally related to failed to yield long-term reduction in recidivism. We also use these two terms. First term is the probation. So in India, we have Probation of Offenders Act 1960. We also have CRPC 360. So there is probation officer who works under district by state, and person remains under observation for some time. And generally, the children or people below 21 years are put on probation. Whenever there is recidivism, recidivism is a habitual criminal. I'll give an example of this what we call as Das Numbri. Das Numbri was a movie of Manoj Kumar in which he plays like a habitual criminal. Why do we use the number 10? Because in the Police Act 1861, which the Britishers had introduced, there are certain rules, and in Maharashtra there is register number 10, and in that register number 10, these habitual criminals are recorded, and that's why this number is considered like some type of you can say certification in underworld. So that is recidivism. That is habitual criminals, because they don't have anything better to do, and in jail there are many facilities like they get free food, free medical treatment, and so on. I'm just trying to explain criminal psychology, why people do it. Now we see celerity. So one of the three limits of deterrence, celerity refers to how quickly an individual is punished after committing a crime. So it also depends on the legal justice delivery system, how quick it is. Then certainty. One of the three limits of deterrence, certainty refers to how likely is it that an individual will be caught and punished for a crime that he or she has committed. Certainty is the most important of the three limits. In India, we measure this certainty by, say, conviction rate. We consider two different formulas are there. We have National Records Bureau in Kolkata. We also have State Records Bureau in the state capital, and we also have District Crime Records Bureau (DCRB) and say under the District Superintendent of Police. So, conviction rate is measured in two ways. First is the conviction rate of police, and second is the conviction rate measured by courts. So, in case of police, we have total number of FIRs registered in the denominator, total number of convictions secured in the numerator, and that ratio is called as conviction rate. In case of say jails, we have total number of cases that were taken to prosecution, that is in denominator. How many convictions are done, that is in the numerator, and the ratio of numerator by denominator is called the conviction rate of the court. So we have two different measurements that we do. The classical criminology. It is a school of thought based upon utilitarian versions of the free will and the greatest good for the So free will means that a person who does it does the crime intentionally or because of free will. That is, he has a choice to commit or not to commit crime. At its core, classical criminology refers to a belief that it is committed after an individual weighs the pros and cons. That is, it is his rational choice, and the decision to commit a crime is a rational decision and is based countered through a deterrence-based system. That is, it is not done because of circumstances or because a person is pushed to the wall or because a person is say forced to commit crime, but it is a free will theory. So we call it a rational choice or free will theory of classical criminology. The prevention through environmental design, that is repeated. This refers to a set of practices designed to make potential criminal targets less attractive. The belief that crime is a rational act is to make a potential target is less attractive to a criminal and thus not a rational target. So this is related to punishment, so that crime is not an attractive provision. The deterrable offenders. So one of the three types of individuals coined by Pogarski, this is the only group that may be deterred by threat of sanction. So deterrable offenders are people who don't commit crime because they are afraid of law. The deterrence theory. So core principle of classical school and rational choice theory. This theory states that crime can be controlled through the use of punishment that combines the proper degrees of certainty, severity, and celerity. Deterrence is a key element in the US justice system. Then we have expected utility principle. So economic theory, which states that people will act in a manner that improves their benefits and reduces their losses. This ties in closely with classical criminology and by definition, rational choice theory, where people seek to increase their pleasure and reduce their pain. We also have different stages of crime in which there is mens rea, that is guilty state of mind. For that, there is no punishment. Then there is preparation, that is the second stage of crime. Third stage of crime is the attempt, and after that, there is actus reus. Actus reus is the criminal act itself. So mens rea, that is guilty state of mind, and actus reus are the Latin words. Free will. So the belief that there is also free will theory, the belief that humans are rational and have the ability to make decisions according to each individual own will and purposes. Under the perspective, people can understand the deterrence between right and wrong and can choose to commit criminal act or to follow the law. In later chapter, this will be contrasted with views that claim that crime is the result of biological, psychological, or social forces beyond an individual's control. We shall see only three of the theories, not all. General deterrence. In penology, we have this deterrence effect. That is when what punishment is to be there. In India, we have 6 different types of punishment under Indian Penal Code. General deterrence is the doctrine that a community or society of people can be deterred from committing a criminal act after having witnessed the punishment of an individual or individual for having committed that act. See, that person committed a crime and he is punished. That means we should not commit crime. So it has deterrent effect on us. Then incorrigible offenders, that is what we call as people beyond fear, what we call as recidivists or habitual criminals. So they are one of the 3 types of individuals coined by Pogarski. These people are so committed in criminal activity that they cannot be deterred because they consider jail as their home and there are many advantages of remaining in the jail. So they think. That is their thinking. Then perceptual deterrence. This concept applies to an individual offender and refers to what he or she believes the likelihood of arrest to be and how severe he or she believes the punishment for a crime will be if what. That is, they weigh all the pros and cons. The perceptions of the individual are often very different from the actual reality experience. So people do it because of the perceptual data. The proportionality. So this is related to the crime and the punishment. So punishment should fit the crime without regard to individual differences. Then there is rational choice theory. This is the 1980s formulation of classical criminology. While the belief of rational choice theory can be traced back to 18th century philosopher Cesare Beccaria, this very famous criminologist. Version adds a new dimension that emphasizes the expanding role of the economist on criminological thought. The emphasis is placed on the expected reward for committing a crime and other associated costs and benefits surrounding criminal activity. So these people are very calculative, and based on that, they make a rational choice to commit crime. Then there is retribution. That is, say, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The law of torts evolved from that. Making the punishment fit the crime, also referred to as an eye for an eye. Now, these types of what we have the law of torts and the civil remedy, law of crime is a criminal remedy. it doesn't suitable. It is the retribution is not suitable in all cases. For example, if someone's dog bites you, we cannot say that you also bite that dog. It is not possible. So we the compensation in terms of the amount of money, what we call as damages in law. So there is retributive theory from which the law of the torts originated. If somebody murders some person, then the other person can't murder the first person because he is already dead. So it doesn't work in all cases. But retributive theory is also there. The routine activities theory. This theory states that for crime to be committed, three elements must be present. There is an available target, a motivated offender, and a lack of guardian. So these three things are the routine activities theory. Then scared fight, scared state. This program began in the 1970s with the belief that taking young offenders or potential offenders to a prison environment and exposing them to the realities of prison life could prove beneficial to in reducing delinquency. That's how people are behaving in prison. Like boot camp, however, scared state did not produce the expected result. So this was also a theory that became obsolete. Then there is severity. So one of the three elements of deterrence, that is severity, refers to how harsh the punishment for a crime will be. Generally, we believe that in criminology, it should be proportionate to the crime committed. In classical criminology, it's important to remember that punishment must fit the crime. If a punishment is not severe enough, it will not deter crime. It will not have any deterrent effect. And if it is too severe, it is unjust and can lead to more crime. I'll give you an example of Indian Penal Code. The least punishment that is there is 10 rupees. That is under IPC 510. Now, 10 rupees does not have any deterrent effect nowadays. These are rates of the 1860. It is more than 150 years. And since the rates not been revised, there was joint parliamentary committee, and it has recommended that all these rates should be increased to at least 50 times. But for the rates known to them, it was not done. But now our Home Minister has stated that there will be new IPC and there will be new CRPC, Criminal Procedure Code. So under the new Penal Code and Criminal Procedure Code, maybe the rates will be revised, the fine amounts. So there is shock incarceration. This generally uses a combination. Incarceration is the imprisonment. There are three different types of prison imprisonment that we have in India. We have simple imprisonment, we have rigorous imprisonment. Legally, we also have third punishment, that is the imprisonment for life. It is not 14 years or 20 years, but until the person leaves, it could be 14 or 20. While calculating, the state government has the power to relax that condition after the person has undergone 14 years of say imprisonment, but that is not a rate of the prisoner. At 20 years is where we have to calculate the percentage for the attempt of preparation. So what is the 25% or 50% of life? Now we can't predict how long a person will remain alive. So for that purpose, we have a percentage, and for that we believe life to be of 20 years. But life means imprisonment for life, and we also have a solitary confinement. This is imposed by the jailers when a person becomes very aggressive or say violent. So at the time to protect the fellow prisoners in the jails, we have this rigorous imprisonment. We can consider it as a fourth type of imprisonment. So this approach generally uses a combination of a brief prison sentence followed by probation. So hoping that a brief exposure to the realities of incarceration will deter the offender from further criminality. I have already told about probation. Generally, we follow in India for people below 21 years of age or the first offenders, like UP first offenders at 1938. So we have some state law also here. Now, scientific deterrence, specific deterrence. This style of deterrence is used with a specific offender in mind. So the belief is that if an individual is punished for a criminal act, then that individual will be less likely to violate the law in the future. We can see examples in say through Aankhe Barahat movie. We also have example in say Dushman film where Rajesh Khanna was a drug driver and he was asked to say, live with the family of the victim. We also have example of say Shararat where Abhishek Bachchan was say asked to serve in elders home elderly so that it doesn't insult the elderly people. So these type of specific relief like we have in civil law, similarly in criminal law we have specific deterrence. We have we can say non-traditional types of punishments are given. Thoughtfully reflective decision making, that is TDRM, which are based out the process of good decision making, where all the relevant information is collected and analyzed and possible solutions and alternative solutions are thought about. Reflection on what went right and wrong is also part of the process. It was thoughtfully reflective decision making, TDRM. A classical criminology was designed to provide a rational, logical, and philosophical alternative to what was often an abusive, cruel, inhuman, and arbitrary system of justice. The operation of the current criminal justice system relies on the classical criminological perspective. Classical school is reflected in both the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution. Classical school theory operates from a perspective of choice. The assumption is that individuals have the ability to make a rational choice to either follow the law or to violate it. And a system of punishments is necessary to deter individuals from committing criminal acts. Committing criminal acts brings a certain amount of pleasure to the individual. Again, this is an important assumption of this, that it brings pleasure to the individual and the person enjoys doing crime, and that's why he does crime. Counter at this pleasure, punishments must be provided that carry out with them enough pain to outweigh the pleasure associated received by committing a deviant or criminal act. A classical school approach is attractive to many because it is centered on choice. People choose to commit criminal acts. This perspective, this is belief of this system, this theory. This perspective is countered by theories that rely on biology, psychology, and the environment, to name just a few. So after this, we shall see the biology and the psychological theory. Choice theory is attractive to politicians because it puts the blame for the entire problem, the crime problem, heavily on the shoulders of the individual and not on society as a whole. We consider it as white-collared crime, so corruption and other things. So this choice theory can satisfactorily explain the white-collar crime. The theory implies that the criminal needs to take responsibility and to take better choices. Various programs have been made around the country using deterrence and choice as primary elements. Programs such as Scared the State in the US have attempted to use fear and deterrence to keep young offenders from committing additional crimes. Boot camps have attempted to use fear, discipline, and brief incarceration to keep offenders from committing additional crimes. And these types of programs are controversial and have yielded mixed results at best. And while deterrence is a factor in preventing individuals from committing criminal acts, it most likely is not the deciding factor. So most people will not commit criminal acts because they believe it is wrong to do so, and because they have been socialized to follow the norms of society. What we call as a compliant behavior or something that is not deviant, centered around, so we can say statistics as normal distribution. Deterrence theory states that if punishment is certain, severe, and safe, then people will refrain from committing criminal acts. Deterrence theory is at the core of the criminal justice system and the basis for most of the strict punishment and long prison sentences. Is deterrence theory empirically valid, however? That is a difficult problem to answer. Studies have found mixed support for deterrence theory, and modifications like rational choice and routine activity theory have found mixed support as well. Now we see biological and biosocial theories. Some important terminology related to this. There are adoption studies. So studies that have been done with children reared by biological parents compared to their siblings or twins reared by adoptive parents in an attempt to demonstrate a domestic genetic link to criminal behavior. Results have been mixed. That is what the influence the parents or the family has on children. So this is studies. Another term is atavism. So part of the theory developed by Lombroso. Lombroso was a surgeon, and he conducted postmortem on many of the prisoners, and he has found some biological characteristics that if more than 5 of these traits are there, person is likely to have criminal propensity. So what is proposed by Cesare Lombroso, in which a person is a born criminal, atavistic or primitive man is a throwback to an earlier stage of human evolution and will commit crimes against society unless specifically restrained from doing so. So he had committed postmortem on many prisoners, and from that he had given a list of traits, out of which if more than 5 traits are there, the person is likely to have criminal propensity. We shall see what these are. Autonomic nervous system. So Madnick's theory that individuals who inherit a lower than normal autonomic nervous system learn to control aggressive or antisocial behavior slowly or not at all, which leads to increased violence and criminal activity. So there is also Madnick's theory that behavioral genetics. This covers a range of theories in which a combination of genetics and the environment influences behavior. Genetics is what person has got by birth. Environment is the external circumstances. So there is biological school of criminology, a view of also referred to as biological positivism, that crimes that that claims that criminal behavior is the result of biological or inborn defects or abnormality. If you directly conflict with classical criminology, because here we believe that criminals are born, they are not made by society. So, classical criminology, which claims that criminal activity is the result of free will, under a biological perspective, deterrence is of little value. Because the person will anyway commit crime because he is born to commit crime. That is the belief of the system. So there are also biosocial theories. Here is that examine the combined effects of biology, behavior, and the environment on criminal behavior. Then there is biosocial arousal theory. Theory states that the individual level of arousal works in conjunction with the social environment. Those with low levels of arousal are less likely to learn appropriate ways to deal with aggression and violence, and thus more prone to commit crime. That is where there is provocation or not. In India also, we have this right of self-defense from 76 to 96 to 106 IPC, and some things are exempted. So whenever there is arousal, so even that is that might be placed in criminal law. Now there is this another term that is born criminal. One of the criminal is identified by Lombroso. This type of criminal is the most dangerous and can be identified through use of stigmata or identifying characteristics. And these characteristics have been given by Cesare Lombroso based on the post-mortem that he made and the patient that he treated. Concordance. This term is the degree to which criminal or law-abiding behavior of siblings, identical twins, or fraternal twins is similar to one another. Another term is criminaloid. So one of three criminal types identified by Lombroso, criminaloid is motivated by passion and will commit criminal acts under the proper circumstances. Then there is determinism. So in considering biological theory, determinism refers to the view that an individual criminal lifestyle or actions is the direct result of genetic inheritance or biological predisposition. We have this, let's say, in a movie like Karam, that is, if somebody is villain, so villains become villain, heroes become hero, like that. And whether if external have effects or not, for that the children were say exchanged at birth, and they were born into different circumstances, and what effect they have. So one very famous movie of Rajpur around 1973. Determinism, explained by Matra, examines the role of determinism, but also acknowledges that other factors from environmental choice to choice may be part of the equation. We assume that behavior is not completely and strictly determined by the individual genetic or biological makeup. Then we have evolutionary theory. So broad-based view that certain types of criminal behavior are genetic and passed down from one generation to the next through evolutionary processes or natural selection and survival. Say in India, the theory of the belief that there are criminal tribes. So that was propagated by British, and they found it finds roots in this evolutionary theory. The gene-based evolutionary theory, a general approach that suggests that the process of natural selection has resulted in criminal genetic tendencies that are passed down from generation to generation, and therefore there are criminal tribes now renamed as scheduled. So this theory is based on that. Now, instant criminal, one of three criminal types identified by Lombroso. The instant criminal type includes idiot, imbecile, epileptic, psychotic, and the morally unstable. They are more like treated like patients rather than as criminals. The criminals are unable to control their actions. However, they do not possess the stigmata or identifying characteristics of the born criminal. So we call them as infant criminals. And insanity is an exemption under Chapter 4 of the Indian Penal Code in some circumstances. Mental functioning and delinquency. So neurophysically approach, neurophysiology approach that believe that delinquents were feeble-minded or had some form of learning disability. This approach has also been used to look for a relationship between IQ and crime. Additionally, aspects of mental functioning, verbal ability, and mental flexibility have been examined in this theory. Again, we have a biological theory. There is stigmata, characteristics given by Lombroso that could be used to identify the born criminal. So, based on the surgeries committed by say Cesare Lombroso, they include things such as extra fingers or toes. That is, some people are born with 11 or 12 fingers, large lips, rippling chin, excessive skin skull, and large monkey-like ears. We don't want to say that in all these people who have anyone one characteristic are say criminals or but if more than 5 such traits and he has given a very long list are present, then it can be inferred that the person may have criminal propensities, that is tendency to commit. The testosterone and criminal aggressiveness. the biochemistry approach that looks at the relationship between the male hormone testosterone and antisocial aggressive behavior. So when some person becomes very aggressively, so shock treatment, that is say some electric shock is given so that the person calms down and goes to sleep. So if a person becomes very violent, at the time the shock treatment is also used, particularly in case of the patient. The fundamental behind the early biological theories was the belief that individual difference could be scientifically based on. Early biological theories view criminal behavior as a result of a defect in the individual. The defect can be biological or genetic in nature and serve to separate the criminal from the law-abiding citizen. Contemporary biological theories concentrate more on the variations in genetic and other biological patterns in interaction with the environment and are less likely to refer to biological defect or abnormalities. Punishment serves a different role in biological theory. While punishment may be appropriate to protect society, it will not have a deterrent effect. So this is quite in contrast compared to the classical theory of rational choice or free will thinking. Because there is an inherent effect or abnormality with the individual, deterrence or the threat or punishment will not affect behavior. Because anyway, they would commit crimes because they are born criminal. Although early biological theories lacked validity, they were among the first to use the scientific method. So the process of measuring body parts, shape, and sizes also flawed. That is what earlier was practiced by Lombroso, represented a dramatic shift from the philosophical approach offered by the classical school. That these are say empirical or observational theory, because he had given his own observation scientifically. Biological theories goes back to Lombroso, and really the amount of determinism between atavistic man or the born criminal was always going to be at odds with civilized society. And more modern biological theories seek to establish a link between things like IQ, testosterone, and criminality. The testosterone is associated with aggressive behavior. While they share a biological link, modern theories understand that the influence of choice and the larger society also play a role in the crime dynamic. That is when the person gets circumstances at the time he commits crime. If traditional biological theories are correct, the society is limited in its response to offenders. There are 5 basic responses. First, we could try to fix the offender. This may be accomplished through medication, treatment, or therapy. This is the first way to correct it. Second, we could lock the offender up and keep him on physically separated from larger society. That is the preventive penology, we can say. Third, we could stabilize the offender. We would keep individuals from passing along defective gene to future generations. Again, this is one of the controversial measures, maybe even violative of human rights. And fourth, we could deport or banish the offender. In India, we had this deportation as a punishment. Kala Pani in Hindi we called it, and that is now abolished under the Indian Penal Code. Because now Andaman and Nicobar has become tourist destinations in India, and people spend a lot of money to go there. So there is no Kala Pani like thing there nowadays in modern Andaman and Nicobar. But Britishers, even many freedom fighters were deported to these lonely islands. Finally, we could choose to kill the offender. If crime is truly biologically determined, these options or close derivatives of these options would prove more useful than any punishment designed to remove the pressure from a criminal act. Now, whether death penalty should there be or not, the different countries are different. There are pros and cons of this theory, and we shall not go into details of that. And how a person is to be killed. In India, we have only punishment by hanging, but recently the Supreme Court has even asked to explore the possibility whether it could be by other like say shooting or maybe electrocution or poisoning. So these other type of view of the capital punishment should also be explored. That is view of the Supreme Court, and maybe the government will go into those things by appointing some committee, etc. One of the biological or biosocial theory means that even if some biological traits are passed down, that would make an individual more predisposed to commit criminal acts. These traits can be dealt with through effective social program. Having a biological trait then is not the end of the story. It does not do want to a life of crime and can in fact be dealt with and managed. So that was the biological theory. Now we see the summary of this theory. So we introduce the basic vocabulary and rules necessary to understand crime from a criminological point of view. Understanding the terms and rules is necessary to go beyond a common sense understanding of criminal and deviant activity. That is, here we commit a scientific study of crime. Here is of the causes of crime and deviance fall on a continuum from a micro focus on the characteristics of individuals to a macro focus on the characteristics of the larger society. So first we have seen the classical school of criminology. Classical school of rational choice theory advances the view that crime is the result of the choice made by individual offenders. Under this perspective, the offender bears the potential pleasure of committing the act along with potential pain if caught and punished for the act. And if the pleasure outweighs the pain, so there is this pleasure versus pain theory here. The offender will make a rational choice to commit the crime. That is, there should be effective deterrence. And under this perspective, the proper way to prevent criminal activity is through the use of the deterrence and punishment. So this also leads to theory of phrenology, deterrent theory. Now there are biological theories. In the traditional biological theory states that individuals commit criminal acts due to biological or genetic effect. Crime is the result of these abnormalities and not a choice made by the offender because he is born criminal. Crime can be prevented by isolating, treating, separating, sterilizing, or killing the individual. So many say punishments are based on this. Modern biosocial theory believes that an individual with an inherited trait can benefit from social programs and that an inherited trait alone is not sufficient to doom an individual to a life of crime. It is important to note that biosocial theories have a new life in mainstream criminological theory, and after being widely discredited, new biological theories that rely on advances in genetics, brain functionality, neurology, nutrition, and biochemistry, and live on such determinism have gained growth and acceptance in the field. And while controversy still exists when trying to establish a relationship between IQ and crime, for example, biologically based theories remain an important part of criminological theory. Lastly, briefly we see psychological theories of criminology. So important ones related to here are California psychological inventory. Say there are some proponents of this theory like say Freud. We shall see this Freudian theory also. California psychological inventory (CPI) is a test designed to measure personality such as dominance, tolerance, and sociability. Then there are three terms that are given: id, ego, and superego by Sigmund Freud. So we see these terms. One of the three components of Freudian personality development. So Freudian psychology is based on certain presumptions. Some key terms are used there. The ego is referred to as the executive and rational part of the personality, and it has to keep the id in check. So there is ego and there is superego. There is also electra complex. This occurs at the beginning of the phallic stage, that is around ages 3 to 6, in which the girl develops a desire to possess her father and the hatred and fear of her mother. Again, this was a proposition given by Freud that the child is attracted more towards mother and the girl is attracted more towards mother, and these were also severely criticized by some psychologists. Freudian, if we have behavior focuses on early childhood development, it claims that criminal activity is the result of a conflict between the id, ego, and superego, which can be traced back to a conflict in early childhood. Another term is id. So one of the components of Freudian personality development, the id contains basic instincts and drives such as the need for food, water, sex, and pleasure. So sex is considered here as a biological need. There is also Minnesota multiphasic personality event, that is MMPI. This was a test, a psychological test designed to use different styles of say questions to measure abnormal personality traits such as depression, hysteria, paranoia, psychopathology, and compulsiveness. So these tests are administered by trained psychologists so that they do not have any side effects, and there are questions. How a person answers those questions, and there could be say different types of sequences of that person, different types of measurement, different analysis and interpretation of these tests. So these are how the psychological tests are administered. Then there is Oedipus complex. This occurs at the beginning of the phallic stage, that is around ages 3 to 6. So we have seen earlier Electra complex. Similarly, there is Oedipus complex, in which a boy develops a desire to possess his mother and a hatred and fear of his father. Both this Electra complex and Oedipus complex have been described by Sigmund Freud. There is personality theory. This theory believes that criminal activity is the result of a defective, deficient, or inadequate personality. Examples of deviant personality traits include rationality, impulsiveness, aggression, and sensation seeking. That is a pleasure in senses. There is also psychoanalytic theory, a general perspective stating that the causes of criminal behavior can be found in the mind of the individual. There is also psychological counseling that is done. In the process, by which an underlying mental status can be addressed, the assumptions are the more focuses on treatment. Are that only by treating an individual who has committed a criminal act as someone who is sick and in need of a treatment, that is, who is not as a criminal but as a rather as a patient, can the problem truly be addressed? Punishing the criminal act without addressing the root mental cause is of little or no value, and counseling is the only way in which the root mental cause can be dealt with adequately. So, the criminal should be treated like a patient, according to this theory. Then there is also psychological theory, a general perspective that looks to the psychological functioning, development, and adjustment of an individual in explaining criminal or deviant act. Under this approach, the criminal act itself is important only that it highlights an underlying mental issue. There is also psychopath, when we consider like serial killer, like people. So, general term referring to a variety of antisocial personality disorders. There is also psychopathic checklist, PTLR. This is a test that is developed by here. This is a tool comprised of a checklist that is used to measure the feeling and relationships of an individual or with the social deviance of an individual. This tool is the main one used in the measurement of psychopathic personality. There is also superego. We have seen two terms given by Sigmund Freud, that is id and ego. The third one is the superego. So one of the three components of Freudian personality development, and this part of the personality contains the conscience of the individual. So key concepts of this theory are psychoanalytic theories believe that criminal behavior is the result of mental disturbance. From a Freudian perspective, this may have been caused by conflict between the id, ego, and superego, or maybe the result of an improper fixation during a stage of emotional development. And we have seen these two different, that is electro complex and Oedipus complex. Most theorists believe that criminal behavior is the result of an improper or defective personality or personality trait. Instead of developing or a conforming appropriate social personality, the criminal has developed a personality based upon conflict, impulsiveness, and aggression. The criminal does not have the ability to feel empathy, remorse, or guilt for his or her action, and has not developed a sense of right and wrong. Under both of these approaches, criminal act is not important in that it's only one of the symptoms, many symptoms of the underlying psychological or personality disorder. That is how it is expressed externally. Both approaches recommend various forms of therapy and treatment to fix the disorder. That is, they are treated more like patients. When the underlying psychological or personality disorder is addressed, the criminal and deviant acts should cease. The psychological theories are difficult, if not impossible, to test. One cannot see, identify, or measure the id, ego, or superego because these are related more to the self. In India, we call them as the one buddhi, chitta, ahankar, two different dimensions of the self or the soul. As testing these theories become virtually impossible, and similar difficulties are faced when trying to test personality theories, and tautological issues remain a problem. And programs that offer therapy and counseling in attempts to reduce delinquency have not been shown to be particularly effective. That is when we measure the effectiveness of this counseling. While the role of psychology is criminal justice and criminology is indeed important, we have not yet reached a place where the key concepts of psychological and personality theories, along with the treatment, have had a measured impact on criminal activity. So lastly, we conclude now. So determinants and rational choice theories we have seen. We have biological and biosocial theories and psychological theories, all focus on characterization and processes within the individual that produce individual criminal behavior. Then we have seen psychological theories in law. Crime is viewed not as a choice or a biological trait, but rather as a problem deep in the offender's mind, maybe because of parents, maybe because of family circumstances, maybe because of upbringing, maybe because of divorce of the parents. Many different circumstances could be there. Problems in early childhood development or in the personality of the offender are viewed as responsible for deviant activity. So criminal activity is seen not as a core problem, but rather as a symptom of the underlying mental issue. According to this theory, that is psychological theory, crime and deviant acts can be prevented through counseling, treatment, or modification of an individual's personality. Indeed, this approach is used most often in the juvenile justice system, but the results of this technique can cast doubt on the ability or counseling alone to reduce criminal activity. It is also practiced in jails to reform the criminals. It is also doubted that the true psychopath can benefit from any type of counseling or treatment. That means in some cases, or what we call as restitution or people beyond repair, it may not be effective. So there are two proponents of this theory. Mostly Sigmund Freud from 1856 to 1939, who was a psychologist, pioneer of psychoanalysis and psychological theory. He wrote the Oedipus complex and the Electro complex, coined the terms id, superego, sex drive, and libido. There is also Friedlander. So Katie Friedlander wrote the psychoanalytic approaches to juvenile delinquency in 1947. So there are around 12 theories, out of which I have got 3 theories in detail. Thank you. Are there any questions on this? Any questions from the audience?
Thank you, sir, for the really wonderful presentation. Participants, if you have any queries, we can take it up quickly. Feel free to share. I know, because, last minute request and all the time always.
Yes, it is that night. Yes,
what to do? We have become so like that until last minute.
Yes, yes. Actually, even I was so busy throughout the week that I was thinking since beginning, and actually I was thinking of 2 topics. First, the criminal psychology. Second is the educational psychology. Because I have studied only these 2 branches of psychology. I am not familiar with other branches of psychology. So out of that, I chose this one as the topic when I talked to them, madam.
But really, all the sessions went very well. I'm happy because for me also, psychology is very close. Even before social work, I studied psychology. But since long time, only that was pre-pandemic, we organized one conference on exclusively on psychology. So after a long time, we had organized, and it really, for me, I have the satisfaction. Really went very well. So finally, no queries from anyone? I think all have been tired. So thank you once again, Virendra Kumarji, for joining us. And we see a lot of appreciation also in chat box.
And thankful to Sri Research Institute, Holistic Health Foundation of India, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. I'm also thankful to Dr. Ravindra, and also thankful to all the participants for their patience. Thank you so much.
Okay, so finally, thank you, sir. And we look forward for more sessions. Wishing you all the success. So with this, we shall conclude. There were 2 presenters, but they did not join. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so nothing we can do. So thank you everyone for joining us. You have been continuously, supporting us in spite of all the hardships we all are together putting. It's not a one-man show here. We all are participating equally, contributing equally, and entire credit goes to the entire fraternity as such. It's not only just who are attending, but also who are even not attending also, because this platform is created by the, academia and students research fraternity. And it is for them only, for everyone, in fact, for every one of us. We are constantly there supporting us, supporting everyone. In fact, we are supporting each other to have a group representation by collaborating each other. And we have come along this journey. It was almost 1.5 years now, another couple of months. Do keep joining us and everyone utilize this opportunity. We are coming up with a beautiful proceedings, and all the publications will be at the end of the series. we have clearly mentioned, even in the flyer also, if you have read the flyer, it is clearly mentioned all the proceedings shall be made at the end of the series, not for each event. You know, every event it is not possible to publish a book, and you know, that too, we are not charging anything. You know, how to publish a book, how much it will cost, and that too from a reputed publisher. To getting printed a book, do you know how much it costs? So it is not easy. And again, moreover, we need to have that many papers also, right? We cannot publish a book with 1-2 papers. Not everyone has, not everyone presenting has full paper with them. And that too, our platform is unique in many ways. In other platforms, you get 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that's all you have to finish your presentation. But here, it is not like that. You know, we give you option to choose your duration because you are the best person when you are conducting research. Maybe certain topics require less time, certain topics require more time. So there are different ways, and this platform cannot be compared to any other platform. Don't do that blunder of comparing. This is a very unique platform created by all of us, and we have our own setup. See, the practical problem is time. No other things all we can manage, but we cannot manage the time. You know, whatever within 24 hours only we have to do. And, beyond that, we are also helpless. So we all should cooperate with each other. In fact, I will raise the feedback form, then while you are filling up the feedback form, I will share this so that both of the things will be done. Okay, this is the feedback form. It is mandatory for everyone. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. Yeah, so it's not so easy organizing, every day an event, and that too we have to manage all our things. This is an additional work, and that too, see, most of them don't even follow the instructions. It's a very simple process. First, you need to register. That registration data will be there. Then, because that is for your verification of your details. One certificate is issued. Every certificate is unique, having the unique certificate number. And it can be verified later on the website or online. And that is unique. It will not get repeated anywhere again. So it is a unique number. Each certificate can be verified. And for that purpose only, you are entering into the database. We need to have a database, right, where we have all the details. So that is where you are registering your details. And then you are sharing your details for the presentation. How would know how much time it will take? What is the content you are presenting? That's why you are requested to send an email. When it is clearly mentioned on the application form or the registration form, to send the details, many do not send. Forget about other platform. When you are coming, say when you are going to your home, or when you are going to some other home or someone's home, you want, you will behave like you are at your home, or you will behave as if you are at other place. These are common, I feel very bad sometimes, how we are behaving, how we are communicating, what happened to us. So we need to understand it's not that you come here, jump here and do and get. This is not the way it works. That's why everything is written. There is no unstated, unstated. It is your mistake. That if you are not reading, not joining, it is your mistake. Because we have all the records, we can prove you wrong if we want to. It is your mistake. We have all the records, and we can say even that is also mentioned on website. 99.9% are the mistakes committed by the presenters and participants. They don't read. They think that other conference, there is nothing. You just go register, present, come, take certificate and leave. That is very simple there. Here also we can come, whether we fill the form and come, present, go. Here, that is not the system. First, we need to understand that here we have a different system and we need to follow. No one is exempted. If you are not following, don't join. We are not bothered about those. In fact, when you are joining and not following, it creates a lot of problem for us and also for you. Anyway, you are not going to get your certificate unless and until you complete the formalities. Now, how long you will drag that, it's up to you only. Better you realize and follow the instructions and complete, you take it certificate immediately. That is one thing. Or you keep dragging, blaming. This game will go on years together, but you will not serve your purpose. If we are intelligent, what is that required? Especially when we are in psychology conference, what is required? We need to think, actually before getting into something, we need to think, we need to understand what is the system. Then only we have to follow. We have all the instructions. I will show you while you are filling up the feedback form. And whatever you are all are asking, it's on the website, it's on the registration form. Without reading, you are coming here and asking. Then who is responsible for that? When we have not provided, then we are responsible. When we have mentioned everything, then whose responsibility is this? So this is a website I'm showing you, right? And here, while you are filling it up, see, this is the psychology conference website, right? Here already we have mentioned dates and everything. And you have joining link. We have mentioned dates. What is not there, you tell me? Joining link is there, registration form is there, dates have been mentioned, timings have been mentioned. Now what is not there? It is mentioned clearly free. And some people keep asking whether it is free or paid. It's clearly mentioned here, right? See, timings have been given daily, and you have mentioned everything. Who are the collaborators, you can see. Contact numbers, you can see. See, here clearly it is mentioned. Is there or not? For speakers, what they have to do? They have to share these details. You are not reading any instructions on the website or on the registration form. This same thing is available in the registration form also. This is a format for making presentations. You may send email and WhatsApp conference coordinator. It is mandatory, not an option here. It is compulsory. You have to share the details for presentations. What are the details? This is a standard format. You need to share all to the conference email address. And how to get your certificate, that is also mentioned. Here, for presenters, they need to register first, share all files and details to email, and make presentation, provide feedback, and then download presentation certificate. So after we verify all these things, we will prepare certificate. That is also automatically done by the system. If you have completed all these correctly, then system will generate a certificate after the conference. So participants also, they need to register and check schedule. Anyway, it's mentioned daily 5 p.m. So you can join every day at 5 p.m. and you need to attend, participate, provide feedback, and later on you can download your certificate from the website. So we have mentioned all the conference topics here. How much time you are taking? It's not more than 5 minutes also, it will not take. You don't have 5 minutes also to go through the website and read the instructions. That much lazy we are. Everything is mentioned here. What is not mentioned here, you tell me? Now, open the registration form. I will show you. Here is the registration form. Now, what is not mentioned here? You tell me. Many times what happens? Only registration form link we keep circulating. So that's why what we have done, we have put this, all details in registration form. No need to visit anywhere. When you open the registration form, here you can see, we have clearly mentioned, kindly read all the instructions carefully till the end, then you will get the option to fill all the details and submit. And we have mentioned what is this conference name is there, and what kind of conference is this, and whether it is online, offline, hybrid mode. Offline, wherever it is mentioned, it is by default our office, the office of the organization. Because still we haven't yet completely moved to offline, and we have a lot of international participants. That is, participants from other states, other countries. So for them, for their convenience, we have put both options. If someone is there here locally who want to come and present, they can visit our office and they can present. That's not an issue. But again, it's almost same only. Again, it is an effort, extra effort for you. So we have online and offline also, where we are conducting in colleges, certain colleges, we are conducting from there, and online also you can join. Or if we are conducting from our office only, then you can come to our office or our institute or our university, our department. From there also you can present, no problem. So mostly we are preferring online only, because for you also it is convenient. For anyway, because we have to sit somewhere, right? Either we'll sit in institute or university or wherever it is. For us, anyway, we have to operate from some place. So you have to come there, you have to complete the formalities, and again, lot of things are. And we have clearly mentioned everything is free to all eligible, those who complete all the formalities. And we have clearly mentioned it is online in Zoom, and it is also YouTube live. Live is happening, and we are conducting sessions in Zoom. Timings, date it is there, timing is there. Everything is there in the registration form. You don't even have time, 5 minutes time to read this, and you are keeping troubling the organizers. Now you tell me, here we have 20, more than these participants. Now what is not mentioned, you tell me? Now you keep blaming organizers that, where is the certificate? What is the certificate, right? Here we have clearly mentioned, and we have told you to subscribe to Google Calendar. A conference group is there. See, we have mentioned clearly, even here also, what you need to do if you are a presenter, speaker, panelist, or a nominee. Register, share all the files and details in specified format. Okay, and make presentation, provide feedback, and download your presentation certificate. Similarly, for participants, what you have to do, we have clearly mentioned. And here there are also presentation guidelines are also mentioned. I will show you that also. What is not mentioned, you tell me? We are providing everything in detail. That's why I'm saying I can prove you 99% of 99.99% is your mistake. Because you don't follow instructions, you don't take time and you trouble organizers. Because we know, we understand, we are not new to this, we are organizing from so many days. We know what are the challenges faced. That's why we try to minimize as much as information, as much as efforts required manually. See, here presentation guidelines are provided. Here also we have clearly mentioned what is the first step. Fill and submit registration form, either for participation or presentation. What is the second step? To share these details. Here also it is there, format. On the registration form it is there. If you have come here, check the website, conference website. Here we have provided the entire format. You need to just copy this. Here we have clearly mentioned copy the format and paste in your email and fill the details and attach the files. And share it to email address mentioned. That is second step. Then third step, check conference schedule. You have schedule here. See, every day sessions are all listed. Are you checking? Today's sessions are also listed. See, where go to last. Here you can see today's schedule. Have you checked your schedule? You don't do anything. You just keep blaming others. This is how irresponsible we are. And we blame others. Have you checked? All the details are there. Even schedule is there. Entire schedule is there. Today, there was one speaker. She did not attend. Actually, yesterday she was supposed to present. We scheduled it today, hoping that she will join today. But she did not join. Okay, anyway, leave it. If they are not interested, what we can do? All the schedule today, whoever has presented, see, Mr. Ashutosh, your details are also there. And you are keeping messaging, when is my session, when is my session. You didn't even bother to check the website also. And this is the problem, you know. That's why I'm saying 99.99% it is your mistake. And I can prove that also. I'm very much clear about it. Why I am so confident? Because all the details are there here. Okay. So this is about schedule. This is about steps. Each step I have mentioned. And also we requested 30 to 60 minutes before your scheduled presentation, you join and inform the host about your presence in the Zoom chat, so that we know you are there ready for the presentation. And we also mentioned clearly, before joining, check your Zoom app, system permissions, camera, mic, presentation PPTs file. These all are opening, working properly, and keep them ready. And before, make sure your system is plugged into your power source and is fully charged and connected to stable, good or high-speed internet network. And ensure your name is correctly displayed in the Zoom. Here we see sometimes, you know, lot of device names keep appearing, right? How would sometimes it is Samsung, sometimes it is iPhone. Sometimes how do we recognize who has joined, and how system will automatically map attendance? It will say iPhone has attended for so and so hours, so and so minutes. Then who is that iPhone? Who is that Samsung? Or who is that any other device? How the system will know? How system will map your attendance? See, these are the common mistakes you do and you say, I didn't get certificate, I joined, how you will get? You need to take little bit precautions. Now, these are things. And we have mentioned everything on the website, right? And also be told clearly what to be done and ensure your name is correctly displayed. Okay? And we also mentioned when invited to present, start your audio and video presentation and start sharing your presentation and adhere to the allotted timings and Q&A session. What not is mentioned, you tell me. Again, presentation instructions also we give. Some people don't even express gratitude properly. अरे ये तो संस्कार है, घर में बताते ना, कहीं भी गए तो पहले तो कोई घर को अपने दूसरे घर को बुलाए, किसी के घर को बुलाए तो नहीं बोलते क्या थैंक यू यार इनवाइट करने के लिए, बोलते इतना तो बनता है, इतना भी संस्कार नहीं है हमको। जब कहीं पे आते हैं तो ग्रैटिट्यूड एक्सप्रेस करना, that is minimum common sense to be expected. And we are not kids here. All are above PGs, all are working as a professors, professionals. Do we need to teach all these things? That also we have provided. You know, okay, maybe we have people, because we have rich diversity and not everyone is so comfortable. So we have provided that simplified also, because most of us, come and, most of the presenters read the PPTs. So at least they will see and read. We have provided instructions here. That also people are not reading. Now what we have to tell, now giving suggestion is very easy, but everything is mentioned, We have mentioned if you have some technical problem or if your camera is not prompted, or sometimes, it is in the evening time. So maybe we might to attend to family members. We can log in, but we may not switch on our camera or audio. There at that time, what you can do, you can record your session when you are in free time and you can play that. That option also we gave. Here we have told you. So you switch on your audio, video and camera and mic, and you open the PPT and you record the session and keep it. So that you can play whenever your session is there. If you have network issue, or you can send that recording file to us also. That option also we give. What else we have to give you, tell me? Who will give you so many instructions like a small kid? We are mentioning each and everything. And after presenting, what you have to do? After completing the presentation, fill and submit the feedback form in Zoom session. How many are submitting? Presenters, participants are filling. But how many presenters are filling? Are you waiting till that time? You don't fill. Again, you have to submit overall conference feedback form. That will be shared. This, what you are seeing now, is the overall feedback form for that day. You have to fill this. How many are filling this? Without filling, you will go and you will ask, where is my certificate? How you will get certificate? And again, step 5, download your certificate from website. Now, where to download your certificates? This is also mentioned. Now you just click on this. Now here you see what is mentioned here. Presentation, e-certificate, download links. So each day, for all 7 days, it is mentioned. All certificates day-wise shall be updated after conference. It is very much clear. Right? After conference, you need to check. While conference is only happening, you are asking. It is very clearly, it can be clearly understood that you didn't even bother to read the instructions. right? You are troubling the organizers. What is not there here? You tell me now. Huh? Participation certificate download links we have provided. Here, we have told you will be updated after conference. Now, conference is now going on. We have not even concluded the conference. Without reading this, without checking this, any instructions, you are coming and asking. Just now you came in the last minute. Somehow we thought, okay, why to lose opportunities? Let's give. How much work we will have? Again, we need to prepare your details. The last minute you are coming, utilizing the opportunity, and that too not having the patience to wait till we give you the instructions. Here you have, and again, it is mentioned clearly. Now, can you read this? How much time it will take? Not even 5-10 minutes. This is a problem. You are not willing to read, you are not spending time, and you are troubling yourself. What is mentioned here? The entire process from registration to certificate is automatic, handled by system after verification of all the above details. First, all these 5 steps, system will automatically verify. Non-completion of formalities in time. Sometimes our friends are very lazy friends. They sometimes wake up, or sometimes in their college they ask certificate. Then they wake up and come and ask, sir, my certificate. At that time we are organizing some program, and you are very highly impatient. You don't even wait for it. We can't do anything, because for us, we have priority, like you have priority. We also have priorities. Our priority is to conduct that day, because at the end of the day, we have to close that, right? Again, tomorrow we have other events. We cannot keep, and we cannot, trouble all the participants and presenters for your sake. So we have clearly mentioned the entire process is automatic, and non-completion of formalities. These all are compulsory. Whether if you want to follow, join. If you don't want to follow, don't join. Please, don't trouble us. Non-completion of the formalities in time, or invalid or incomplete or incorrect details will disqualify you from e-certificate. It's clearly mentioned. And kindly follow all the instructions and complete all formalities in time carefully to avoid any delay, waste of your time and resources, and as well as the organizers. What is not mentioned here, you tell me? And we also told what is the reason. As we have daily events, manual verification will take a lot of time. That also I will show you what all we need to verify. So it will take a minimum 15 working days, and certificate will be generated after fulfillment of the requirements. You just share the details, and as if you are going to die next moment, you are so impatient. At least have some empathy towards fellow human being. Everything is mentioned now. What is not mentioned, you tell me? Is there anything that is not mentioned here? Now here, when you click, this is our conference, psychology conference. Here we have invitation, which you are receiving mails now. You can see, check your inbox. This is the mail you have received, every one of you. Have you gone through your mails? This is the mail which you have received. We have mentioned clearly what is the conference and what are the dates, timings, joining link, YouTube link also, and registrations also be clearly mentioned. Free registration, last dates we have mentioned. And to stay connected, what you have to do, Google Calendar link is given, Facebook group is given, and we have clearly mentioned formality steps. For speakers, what has to be done? You need to register. You need to share all files and details in one email, one single email. in the format. Format again, presentation guidelines. We have it here, presentation guidelines. We have mentioned here each stepwise. Okay, what is not mentioned, you tell me. This is the mail we have sent you. Check schedule on website, join session, provide feedback and download your presentation. Now, what is not mentioned, you tell me. On the registration form, all the details are mentioned. I'm showing you right now, right? This is live. I can show you what mistake you have done also. I can open the registration form and I can show you also. See, I can prove you wrong what mistake you have done. It will not take much time. But there is a way, there is a proper way to communicate. You need to understand it's not so easy to manage so many things. You need to have patience, you need to be organized, you need to be self-disciplined. And with all due respect, you need to communicate. All the instructions are there, e-certificates also we have mentioned. What we have mentioned, this you can check your email, all the participants who have registered have got this email. Either it should be in your inbox or it should be in your spam or bulk mail. You check it today, now open it and check. If you have provided correct email, this was sent almost 2 to 3 times to you. Within this, we planned just within a week, not more than 10 days also. Within a very short notice, we planned. And within that also, we have sent almost 3 times. 3 times we have sent you mail. You didn't even take time to read this. What is not there, you tell me now. Anything missed? For certificates, we have mentioned 50% attendance on each day. Every day, certificates are issued. Okay, on a daily basis. Each day for 1 week, 7 days, 7 certificates you will get if you have attended daily with minimum 50% attendance. And participation presentation certificate shall be issued after the conference. We have clearly mentioned after the conference. Now, did you read these instructions? Okay. Then we also provided direct links also. Website link. You need not search anywhere, in your email only. All these certificate, where to download. YouTube live sessions are there. Okay. Along with flyer. We have enclosed flyer also. This is what the message we have sent in your email. Now, what is not there, you tell me? Conference website direct link is also there, where we are. You can see your address, right? Now, conference website is also there. And now you keep asking, what is conference website? Now, what is not mentioned? In your email, you have all the details. The registration form you have filled and submitted have all the details. And when you submit, a copy is also sent to your email address. You can check whatever you have submitted in a registration form. That entire data, what you have submitted, that entire form copy has been sent to your email ID. At least, did you read that? Now, this is the calendar. We told you to add it so that it will remind you. See, this is Google Calendar. You can add it to any device, Android device, iOS, whichever device, mobile, laptop. This is the device where it will show you. Can you see here? Every day, it is showing at 5 o'clock. There are events listed. Here you need to just click to add to your calendar, or otherwise you can download this file and it will automatically remind you. We have made all the arrangements. It will just send you message, join conference, That's all. You click on that and you have all this, whatever sent in mail. You have all this information in that notification also. We have made that arrangement also. Now, what is not made? Do you tell me? Have you seen any conference where they have provided so many features, so many places you have the information? See, we are disorganized, we are not disciplined, and we are blaming organizers. This is not new for us. We are organizing daily and we know how much difficulty is there and what. Because we daily listen to so many participants, so many presenters. So accordingly, we keep modifying things and we try to make simpler. Some people ask, sir, why don't you provide all the information in the registration form only? Because again, visiting there, here, that is again different opening links, all will again, it is difficult for us. So we have put everything everywhere. Even if you get registration form link, all the details which are available on the website are there in the registration form, including flyer. Now, what is not there, you tell me? Calendar is there to remind you. Even if you forget, you add this calendar, you will get a notification in your mobile to now conference is going to start, kindly join. And if you open that, you will have the joining link. You click on that, you join. Very simple. Okay. Themes already mentioned. Conference themes are all their topics, which are topics. Presentation guidelines are their schedule is a live recordings every day. Whatever proceedings are happening, here you can see. Are you able to see? Day 1 video, day 2 video. All live sessions which are being recorded, they are there. Day 3, day 4, day 5. So yesterday's has to be updated and today's final day. Now, what is not there? You tell me. Collaborations we have mentioned. If you want to, if your institution or organization want to collaborate for various events we are conducting, and that is also no money is involved. So how to collaborate, who can collaborate, we have mentioned it here. Right? And what is the format? You can write to the coordinator for collaboration. Proposal, request for letter for collaboration. You need to copy this and you can modify. This is same. Only thing is you need to change this. See here, you have international conference on psychology. If it is another event, you change that event, you put that event and say. Or if you want to collaborate for all the events, you can make a request that whatever event you are organizing, we want to collaborate for entire Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav series, and you can be collaborating. What are required? We have clearly mentioned. What is not mentioned, you tell me. I will add that also. Why I am showing you this? You are giving, you are asking, where is the information? Where are the instructions? How to download? Everything is there in your email only. But you are not bothered to check. You are not bothered to read and troubling the organizers. Now you tell me what is not there. Everything is mentioned here. So we have told you use this format or you can change and it's sent to, feel free to modify. If your organization has some format, you use it, no problem. And send the details to coordinator at this email ID. Even independent professionals with independent practice, if they retired seniors, professionals, or emeritus professors, or if some might be not associated with any organization, they have retired and they are spent, but they want to collaborate or they want to be co-signatory, we welcome them. We respect our, retired fraternity also. So they can just keep the organization details and they can also collaborate. Now everything is open. Now Everyone has opportunity. Whoever wants to present, we are giving opportunity. Whoever is willing to participate, we are giving. Whoever wants to collaborate, we are verifying their organization details, and we are giving collaboration also, not even for a single rupee we are charging. Everything is mentioned clearly. See, at the end, we are saying we are not doing this for anything. See, no donations. We are not asking anyone any donations, any funds, or no sponsorship from anyone. We are not taking, generally, there is a notion, whenever some event is done, we go many places and people keep collecting money, and some they swallow and some they don't. Here, there is no concept of that at all. Even if you come and say we want to donate also, we are not taking. Even if you say, I want to sponsor your conference also, we are not taking. We can manage. We have our own like-minded people, our friends, or who are like our family members. We don't take, even we don't ask also within our members. So clearly mentioned, no donations, no funds, no sponsorships accepted. Anyone. It may be individual or it may be private, public. And no one is authorized also to collect any funds or raise any funds or raise any funds. Sponsorships also. All collaborations are purely academic. They're clearly mentioned here, no financial transactions involved in any collaborations or any proceedings. We have all the capability to organize. We have platform, we have infrastructure. If you want, your college or your institution wants, you come forward, we will do it for your organization. You just join, you arrange resource persons. If you want, we will arrange. You can be resource persons also. We are there, everything, platform is there. We will help you out. If you want to organize any conference, workshop, seminar, we are there. You need not pay a single rupee also. We are happy. We will assist you. We will help you. We are there till starting planning to execution. We will help you out in everything. In conducting till publishing also, we'll help. We'll get it, the book also to be published. Don't worry. We are there here. We are offering. Who is for now? Tell me. You are comparing that organizer, this conference. Who is giving these many facilities? Without understanding, like a fools and idiots, if we communicate. Now you tell me, if you are in my place, what you will do? How do you feel? How much time it will take? Just 2-3 minutes, not even, for reading each page. Everything is mentioned, everything is clear. Now, what is not mentioned, I don't understand. E-certificates, already link is there. Now, clearly links are there here. Now, what is missing here? Tell me. If you want to see how links are going to appear, here there is recent conference which we have celebrated, World Social Work Day. That was 11 days conference. You can see 11 days certificates, you just go there. Here also it is all same format. What you need to, and here you can see every day there is a drive link where you can download your certificates. Did you explore this website? You could have understood by yourself. See, 11 days we have organized, 11 days we have issued certificates and kept the link there. We have mentioned instructions also. Here, that is for presentation and this is for participation. Each day, every day, we have issued. Now, what if you have not completed formalities, you made some mistake, or you did not do, or you did not get certificate because of some mistake? Because everything is system. System will not judge, or system will not do any partiality. What it will do? Whatever data we feed, You are registering, you are providing feedback, your attendance, everything is automatic. System will take and automatically generate. What we are doing is it will generate and keep. We'll just see the log. We will get a reminder. We'll just approve or, reject the entire lot of certificates. So automatically, whatever system is generating, it is there here. It will be automatically generated in Google Drive, and you can download from these Google Drive links. Now, you have to wait till these Google Drive links appear. After that, if you can't find your certificate, what you have to do? That is also mentioned here. Here, there is an option, request certificate, right? You need to click on that. Here, there is a format. See, to be made only after certificates are issued and updated on the website. When you have to contact? When certificates are issued, that Google Drive link are updated. And after that, if you don't get your certificates, then you can use this format. There is a format here. Use the following format. You can't just message in WhatsApp or mail saying, I have not received certificate. Is that the proper way to communicate? Who are you? Which event you have attended? Which certificate you are asking? After learning so much, having acquired PhD degrees, doctorate, so much of teaching experience, we don't know how to communicate properly. Because this is not organization where we conduct just one conference in a year or two conference. So we can assume, okay, that when was the last conference? So for that they are asking. It is not like that. Every day event is happening. So how do we assume which event you are asking, which certificate you are asking? You should be clear, na? So here we have provided, when you are making, see, these are all details system will verify. System will do automatically when you follow all these instructions. When you register, system will automatically record what is the event you have registered and what is the date on which event is there, and time also it is there already mentioned in that form. So you need not remember anything. You just fill the registration form. So registration, submission date and time is also recorded. When you submit your registration, all the details are recorded. So system will automatically store them. And so we ask you to send email, right? With all your details. So when did you send email? At what time? You can check. It will be in your inbox now if you have shared your email details. You can just mention that. So it is easy for our team or our office staff. They will check whether, okay, if that details are received or not. They will verify and they will help you. And if you have presented, this is for presenters, date of presentation, time of presentation. You also mentioned when did you present it, what time you present, which date you have presented, and time, duration, how many minutes you have presented. Because anyway, YouTube links are there, you can go check if you didn't remember. Otherwise, system will record anyway. That's why we tell you, simply follow the instructions and everything system will remember. You need not remember all this. You don't follow, you don't read instructions. You don't follow the instructions and you keep troubling yourself and you keep troubling organizers. That is problem with you. That's why I say 99.99% mistakes are done by you. Because here there is nothing where a mistake can go wrong. That is only 0.01% due to technical error or something. That's where we have manual intervention. Where finally, before generating certificate, there will be an alert where we will manually intervene. Otherwise, what we have to do, we also need to check. If you don't send these details, we need to check all these details. Now, how much time is required to check all these? You are not only wasting your time, but also organizers' time and resources. And where is the time for us? Where if you don't have time for yourself, how you can blame others? How others can give you time? So these all things are there. I can explain everything, but you need to understand by yourself, right? See, Zoom participant name, here we can see some of the names are easily identifiable. Sometimes, the problem comes when you don't log in with your own name. Sometimes you are using your kid's name or wife's name or husband's name, and you join with a different name or some device name. And automatically system, what it will do, poor system, it will only map your attendance and feedback to that name. If you are logging as iPhone, what system will do? It will map to your attendance time and your feedback also to that iPhone. And who is that iPhone? Who knows? Now, how system will identify? And that again has to be checked with your registration data. So there you will not find iPhone, because iPhone, there is no name. Mostly likely that no one will keep their name as iPhone. And that too, they will come and register. If they register, that they will, even certificate also will be issued on name iPhone. Otherwise, it will just discard it, keep it like that. That's where certificate generally, that's where the problem comes. You join with a different name, or you don't see that name properly, or you don't register, you register with a different name and you join with a different name. That's why the problem comes. There, what you need to, that's why we tell you to read instructions. Then you have to provide Zoom participant name as it is appeared, so that, say, suppose you log in as an iPhone, then we can see, okay, if you mention it as iPhone, then we can verify, okay, this iPhone name, this person in iPhone, which is displayed as, is you, and we can identify. And you need to mention also, because we need to check that entire log, we have to check. So you need to mention when, at which time you have joined it. This is all recorded by system automatically when you follow the instruction. You don't follow. Again, who will verify all these details? That's why we tell you to follow the instructions. Total duration, how much time you attended, because minimum 50% attendance is required. And have you provided feedback in Zoom? Now the poll is on. Have you filled that poll feedback form? Sometimes people just log in and keep roaming without attending. So they will not attend to the poll because they are not at the system, or sometimes there is a genuine technical problem. So you need to immediately inform us. That solution also we will give you. At least you can put in chat box that I am not able to see poll. Then we will provide you instructions. You can, so that you, at least the next poll you can attend. And then have you provided, that is there. And finally, we are asking you your details. Your name, designation, organization, city, if there are any co-authors, and whether you have submitted feedback form, whether you completed all formalities, have checked the website for Google Drink. And this is one other lazy thing people do. They don't even check website. Many times it happens, when we go and check, for the first thing we do is we go to e-certificates and we check whether his or her name is there. Certificate will be there. They are very lazy. They don't even go and check. And when we tell that it is available in the certificate, this is serial number. That's all. Unnecessarily, they will be wasting their time and our time. Can you not just spend 1 minute, go there and check? So these are the things, it has to be verified. Only after this process only you'll get, but this is very simple. Only thing is you need to just follow the instruction. Fill the form, share the details. If you are presenter, if you are participant, no need to do anything. You attend. When you are joining with Zoom, make sure it is with your name. And whenever there is a feedback form, you fill the feedback form. Automatically, your certificate will be generated after the event, 2-3 days. You can download it. Sometimes because the back and back events are happening, maybe after 1 week it will be generated. You have to wait for some time. It's not that you fill the feedback form immediately it will come. It has to verify all these details. Then only it will generate. So now you have to copy this format. For requesting certificate, what you have to do? You have to copy all this format and fill all the details and send. Now we have clearly mentioned here. It is automatic. So again, we need to manually verify all the details. Check all the details and check in the system where system will automatically generate some errors. In that errors, if we see the error log, we'll know where mistake has happened. But for that, we need to have time now. So, and here is a certificate verification where each certificate can be verified. We haven't yet put the service is active, but we haven't updated link here. So you can verify each certificate. I said now it will have a alphanumeric serial number. Each certificate is unique. So you can verify that. Now tell me what is not mentioned. Tell me anything that has been not mentioned on registration form, on website. Now whose mistake is that? Now you tell me. Have organizer in any way responsible? All the instructions organizer has given. It is there on the website. It is there on the email sent to you. It's there in the registration form. You don't even bother. You are filling the registration form, but you are not at all reading and following that. You just fill the registration form, leave it. And who will send that all details? To email. When you read it properly, you will get it. So these are the things that are happening. Now tell me. Now anyone has any queries? You can unmute and ask, or you can use chat box. Now ask me, what else you need from the organizers? Everything is there, everything is mentioned. No need to call us, no need to contact us. Everything is there, whatever you want. What is not there on the website, you tell me. So, this is a problem. You don't read the instructions, you don't follow it, you will only face the problem. That is as simple as that. Now, we are not responsible for your mistakes. That's why I'm telling you. You cannot blame us also. We have all the records. We'll show you. At any point of time, you cannot blame us because we have all the records, all the evidence with us. If someone says also, I can show you like this, open and directly I will share the screen. I will open your filled form and I can show you where you have committed mistake. I can do that also. Don't try to simply blame the organizers, you know. They are putting so much efforts and not expecting anything, and they're doing so much for your benefit, and you are simply going on blaming organizers. How far that is correct? And it is very much important. See, this is a psychology conference. We are talking about, you know, behavior. We are talking about thought process. We are talking about personality. What is the use of studying psychology? What is the use of teaching psychology? What is the use of practicing psychology? When we don't understand, when we don't really follow it. So anyway, thank you. See, This is only to show that we are very much clear. We are providing all the information from our side. There is no mistake that can happen. If any, it is very rarely that we identify regularly and we issue it. We are there still. If you don't do complete, we are there. We'll remind, but you have to wait. It may take 1 month. It may take 1 year also. We'll give it whenever we conduct audit. Na? We also do regularly conduct internal audit. In that, we'll also come to know those who have attended or qualified, but they did not complete formalities. We'll remind you, but you have to wait because we also need to get time. Huh? So when that will happen, when this entire series will be done, at that time, when again we will re-audit entire proceedings, and we will see those who did not get certificates or those, who attended but did not. If we were able to identify them, then we'll send an email. We will send you a form also, where you can get, even after 2 years also, if you have attended first day and you have not completed formalities or also, we are there to help you. But you need to have patience, you need to wait, or you need to put your efforts so that you can bring to our notice. And you need to have patience. You need to put your own efforts in sharing your details so that we can also help you. If you are not helping yourselves, then who can help you? So these are the things you need to understand. At least on this platform, I am happy, that this entire explanation is also part of this conference. So I need not worry. At least whoever watches now, at least by this, they will understand that whatever is there, every event is very much clear, transparent on the website. There may be delay because some information may be pending. Because why we are asking all this information, that is also one common doubt or clarification people asking, because we need to publish the proceedings, right? And it is quite 1 day, 2 days, you are only forgetting. Many times it happens, when we ask, they come for certificate, and when we ask, they lost somewhere and they need a copy of that, because anyway, it is there on the website. You can download. Sometimes people don't check and keep asking, I lost that certificate, I need a copy. Then when we ask, when did you present or when did you participate? They said, I don't remember. Now see, how you don't remember and how we will remember. So all these problems are there, but of course we can search it in our database. That's a different thing. We are there to help you, but you should come in a polite way, present it, request it in a respectful manner, and wait for some time so that we can help. So that is all. Regarding information, any conference, almost all conferences, all workshops, all symposium have a similar structure. This is what platform is. And these are the rules and regulations, guidelines for this platform. What other people are doing, we are not bothered. What other people are following, we are not bothered about them. What we are following is this. What we have system is this. And we are going to follow. We are following this since 1.5 years for this series. And we will continue to follow this system for next 6 months or so, till August. Or some days we have missed it in between due to various reasons, due to unavoidable reasons. So that if we want to count the days also, then we might extend for another 10 or so days, which we missed it in between. That we will add and extend, that's all. So every day, 6 to 8 p.m., we are having sessions. You can join, you can present, you can register. Every day certificate will be issued. Provided you complete all the formalities properly, system will automatically generate and put the link. If you are not completing, then don't ask us. If you are asking us, seeking help, then you be disciplined. You share all the details and we will also help you. So from our organizers' side, we are putting more efforts than anyone puts. Hope that is very much clear to all of you. So thank you everyone for joining us. And we thank all the collaborators, all the speakers, all the presenters, and not least, but all the participants who have made it successful. And we really had very good sessions and very good feedback from each one of you. And from tomorrow onwards, I am not available due to my personal reasons. So 1 week, these all certificate process will be resumed after 1 week. So probably today, this week you leave it off. Almost tomorrow, I mean in another 5 minutes it will be tomorrow. So from tomorrow onwards I will be not available till next week end. So after that, when I resume back, the process will go on, but I need to approve all these things. So that approval I will be giving in the next week. So after next week, you can check the website and you can download. If you have made some mistake anywhere, you can use the format and you can download you make a request. Either in WhatsApp or email, you just copy, fill all the details and send. It's always better to send an email because WhatsApp messages, so many messages we will keep receiving and they will also automatically get deleted. So always better to send an email. So thank you everyone for joining us and making this event successful. And keep joining us daily, 6 to 8 p.m. with the same link. You can join all the events whenever there is an event. So take care. Good night.